Lombard. Our first match on the card is going to be Trinity Pun from Orange County Fight Club, Henzo Gracie Middletown, against Olivia Biscow from Driftlist Academy and Ironworks. This is the first match of our 16-woman, 135-pound division. So we're about to get started. Referee Aaron Brooks is going to get us started. These are 10-minute EBI overtime rules matches.
We are underway.
Trinity sits immediately. Trinity is a very accomplished purple belt. She's only 16, but already has a ton of submission-only experience. Known for having a really good leg lock attack game, so we'll be interested to see if she can start implementing that right away. Good elevation. Olivia doing a good job keeping her hips back to not get fully elevated.
She's got that butterfly hook inside. Butterfly hook's going to make it difficult to secure the pass here.
Maybe looking for a false reap or a inversion from Trinity. But Olivia's able to get that leg outside. Trinity now gets in on the opposite leg, looking for a knee bar into the toe hold.
And with these matches being 10 minutes, look to see the competitors possibly try to pace themselves here as we have a 10-minute regulation and moving on to EBI overtime.
Trinity is now getting heel exposure. She recompositioned the knee line. Olivia had cleared it, but she pulled it back in. This is a dangerous spot, but Olivia does another good job of clearing that knee line. Now trying to open up the legs and go for a counter leg lock of her own.
Interesting heel hook attempt from the De La Riva.
Trinity now is on top, so we'll see her game. She's starting to go for the head and arm right away.
Got her flattened out here a little bit. She's looking to get that right leg free to help secure a pass, maybe sit through to a head and arm.
Threatening that choke to get the pass is a great option as the top player. Make them worry about both things so they can't defend either fully.
She's got that underhook.
Olivia comes back on top.
Very dominant here. Oh, good job framing away, not letting her come on top into side control.
Trinity again, I like to play guard.
Right
now has a triangle. Is she going to be able to keep the posture controlled? Olivia may decide to try to stand up and shake her off, but Trinity's able to pull her back down. This is slowly getting tighter and tighter. The longer Olivia stays on her knees, the tighter this triangle is going to get for Trinity.
A lot of time to work here. Got just under 8 minutes here left to work in the triangle.
Now we might be looking for an armbar to go along with that triangle as the arm's starting to get a little isolated. Trinity looks very relaxed, knowing she's in a good position with plenty of time to work. And she extends
gets the tap on
and
the arm.
Finishes the armbar. So our first match of the day and our first submission in regulation. Trinity Pun, the Punisher from Orange County Fight Club. Very nice way to start the show. Our second match in the bracket is going to be Crystal Contreras of 10th Planet Lombard, our home gym, against Rachel Lannis from Veneration BJJ. Again, we're here at Midwest Submission Finishers and 10th Planet Lombard. She's good. Crystal is a hometown competitor, so she has the crowd behind her.
Hold up.
A little stop in the action before we get started as they're resetting the clock and the board.
They wasted no time.
This is one of our biggest age gaps. Rachel's 40 and Crystal is 19, so we're seeing a 21-year age gap in this one. And I think there looks to be a good amount of size difference. Crystal is one of the smallest in the bracket, 135. She looks well under 135. Now we're ready to go. Aggressively, Rachel comes forward trying to tie up.
Interesting, no guard pull yet.
Crystal has a wrestling background, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some level changes here. But as a smaller athlete, that can sometimes be a little challenging.
Interesting. Gets the body lock. Gets her down.
Nice takedown for Crystal.
Looking to establish her pass here.
Aggressively looking for the knee cut. And now starting to isolate the leg. And Rachel switches to an armbar triangle.
He's going for a leg lock entanglement here.
Crystal has a nice bite on that leg. Rachel's doing a good job of controlling her upper body, not letting her get the space needed. Crystal now switches to the attack on the opposite leg. Nice to see wrestling exchanges going right into some nice leg lock and guard work. Crystal's now starting to get a little isolation on the legs, but Rachel is doing a good job controlling the wrist to not let her get a good bite on the ankle. Again, with the 10-minute matches, this is going to be interesting to see how hard she's going to work to fight it. Now that she has a good heel isolation, this could be a dangerous spot for Rachel.
Interesting defense here. Doesn't quite have that saddle. Looks like the leg's still on the outside here. She does have that inside triangle.
Yeah, very nice knee line control. Rachel's going to have to do quite a bit of work to get that knee line free. But she's coming on, putting the pressure on, which can definitely help make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Crystal underneath.
That inside triangle is going to create a nice frame to prevent her from getting smashed here.
She's starting to clear the inside leg to try to open that triangle up. Crystal doing a good job of trying to off-balance her and keep the triangle engaged. The knee line is free, and we are in a neutral position. Looks like we're going to go back to the feet. Crystal looking aggressive with her inside ties, looking for some 2-on-1s and some trips.
Still got 8 minutes here left in the match. Quite a bit of energy expended here.
The smaller athlete getting the body lock. It's a nice
Beautiful
inside trip. Very nice from Crystal. Rachel now locks the body triangle around her in the closed guard, trying to look a little high guard triangle game. She's trying to set up a triangle from the closed guard. Her length and size advantage will make it a little harder for Crystal to open that closed guard. She has Crystal's head and shoulder controlled, but the angle is not perfect for that. Rachel does have good pressure on her elbow, though, it looks like, from our angle. Crystal now has some pressure on the bottom leg that should help it from her tying that triangle or armbar up.
Stepping over here. She looks to be relatively clear from danger in this position. Very, very nice escape here.
Crystal now
enters into the leg entanglement here.
And right into the knee bar.
Going straight in for a knee bar.
Rachel does a good job.
All right, so now we are in our inside Senkaku position here. She's looking to get a bite on this heel.
Rachel opting to go for head and arm control to try to clear her knee line as opposed to attacking her own legs and or trying to open up the legs. As a taller athlete, that's an advantage you can do. It's a little harder if you're the shorter athlete there.
Good attacks and defense here so far.
Crystal looks to start having a little bit of a heel isolation on Rachel's
Oh, she's got the
left
heel
leg,
exposure.
and the heel slips.
Oh, heel slips. Really good attack there. Looks promising. Got the legs crossed now.
Crystal's trying to open that leg up to try to isolate the heel again. She's starting to get some good isolation. Rachel's starting to use her free leg.
We're getting a heel slipping again here.
Crystal could be looking for a soup lock on her outside foot when she brings it inside. Now she has the inside heel hook, but again, the heel slips. She doesn't have a great knee control, so Rachel's been able to slip that heel a few times, but she's still not out of danger in this 50-50 type of position. Crystal back on top, still with a leg isolated. She may opt to sit back down, which she does. And Rachel doing a good job not letting her knee line get totally controlled even when it's in. She's trying to keep the knees and feet separated to give her more space to work and take pressure off her ankle and knee and these entanglements. Crystal is using a lot of energy hunting for these heel hooks.
We're just approaching the halfway mark of the match here.
Now Rachel gets her own leg isolation, looking for the outside heel hook from the double outside. Crystal grabbing her own foot behind Rachel's back to try to not let her expose the heel. And Rachel trying to pull the heel back.
And she does have that Ashigarami position, so that frame in the middle is going to make it hard to come up and put pressure.
Again, being the bigger, taller athlete here may allow Rachel to get a separation. Crystal's arms may not be long enough to hold her in as Rachel starts using a good separation.
Just looking to go here for that straight ankle lock. Hear some heavy breathing even from the commentating booth here.
This has been a high-paced match, especially for 10 minutes in the first of maybe 4 matches for either of these ladies.
Correct.
And now Crystal escapes and passes the guard.
This is a submission-only tournament, though, so...
And right away, Crystal isolates the leg and sits back. And Rachel comes right up, clearing her knee line and now getting back on top. Very nice exchanges by both ladies. Both very aggressive.
Gets that topspin perimeter to the back here, getting the back exposure.
Little head and arm control into the knee on belly.
Really high intense pace here.
Rachel now stabilizes a mount. This is the first real dominant position we've seen during this match.
Here she goes on your right leg. Watch it.
Rachel's now able to isolate
the
the
back
arm.
control here. It's looking like she's trying to get that arm free.
We're going to see a reverse triangle.
Crystal holding on for dear life here. We got that reverse triangle.
This is a very tough position to escape. Rachel has a lot of options on both arms.
Just a grimacing face here. Not look comfortable.
Rachel looks very relaxed and she's in a good position. The arm is
She's
now
got the
isolated.
arm free.
Crystal is flexible to not be tapping
my
already.
goodness.
Rachel's trying to find the thigh to create a torque, and she
there's the
finally
tap.
gets the tap. Rachel Yanis of Bantamweights BJJ with the reverse triangle armbar to get the win in regulation in our opening round. We'll be moving into our third match of this bracket, where we will have Maxine Kittner of Chosen Few against Sharice Forgot of Team Curran and Hanapan Martial Arts. And this will be our third of our 135-pound women's matches. So far, we've had 2 fights and 2 regulation submissions, which is always what we want to see. So it is, hopefully we'll keep that trend going as these matches are going on.
Yeah, we'll give you done with them, and then
This matchup will be a brown belt and Maxine against a blue belt and Sharis. Both are quite a bit of competition experience and all different rule sets. Should be an interesting matchup.
we're good. We're good with them. I'm good with them.
Next we have Maxine Knitter versus Sharis Forget.
So Maxine Kittner and Sharis Forget. Maxine in the brown rash guard, Sharis in the black rash guard. Some heavy ties right away for Maxine. And Sharis just pulls guard immediately with a nice open butterfly with a nice overhook. Maxine looks to be aggressive in her passing right away. Getting a knee in the middle, putting the pressure forward.
Looking to get straight to the action here.
Already into a knee cut. Maxine's almost past the guard already as she's trying to attack with that head and arm. Again, second time we've seen this today, using that nice knee cut to set up our head and arm chokes and let them work together.
Looking to set up this Doris early here. Wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of a necktie variation, the grip she has. Looks to be going right in for the Japanese necktie here.
Maxine looks to be very strong from the top, really already looking very impressive with her pressure and her passing. It looks like she's well situated for this rule set in this type of game. She uses it to get the pass. She loses head control of head, but now is in side control.
Loses the battle, not the war. Good job recovering. Doesn't have to worry about giving up points here. Be patient and look to recover.
Side control is always an interesting position in rule sets like this where there are no points, where it's not necessarily the best position to attack submissions against a defensive opponent. So I wouldn't be surprised for Maxine to switch angles, look for some knee on belly or north-south so she can create some isolations. Looks like Max is looking for a Kimura on the far side and looks to have it tied up already. This could be the finish.
Just looking to get her elbow down to the mat.
Sharice did a good job clearing her head, but Maxine still has the figure 4 on her arm. But Sharice is able to free it. Very good defensive job by her so far against some really good submission attacks already from Max.
Just looking to recover the guard here. Just knee on belly.
Max looks very, very good from the top. This looks like someone no one's going to want to be underneath at all during this tournament.
Good hips pressure here.
Climbing
Looking
high.
to set up a triangle early here.
Slow, steady setup for Maxine.
Looking to possibly...
The triangle is now closed. Sharice has her opposite arm still inside, so we might see a Barada Plata. From our angle, it's hard to tell what Sharice's other arm, what kind of position it's in. Max looks in no rush. She knows she's in a great position, and she's just slowly trying to get that arm isolated.
A lot of time to work here.
Both competitors should be pretty dry as it's early in the match. The sweat should not be a problem or an issue right now.
Patience seems to be the key here. Not trying to burn out too much on the legs here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Max starts pulling on the head a little bit to start making it uncomfortable for Charisse. Charisse is starting to create a little bit of an angle to try to force her way out, but this is going to make the triangle in the arm like a little tighter for Max. The hand is starting to pull free. Charisse's right arm looks to be starting to be in jeopardy.
Looking to be interested in the armbar finish here. Tight triangle here. She looks to have created the angle here. She's got the arm in between, maybe buying herself some time here, but definitely not a position you want to be in this early in the fight.
Charisse is doing a really good job of surviving so far, but she's been caught in a few really tough positions, including this one. Now the arm is isolated. Maxine now looking for wrist lock, shoulder lock,
There's the
and
tap.
she gets the tap. The shoulder lock from inside the triangle. And another submission in our 135-pound bracket.
3 fights, 3 submissions, moving right along here.
Great start so far. Our next matchup in this bracket will be Nabila Martinez from Adamus Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and Pedigo Submission Fighting against Janine Mokabier from Ashwa BJJ. Janine is our first black belt to be competing in the bracket so far. Nabila is a veteran of Midwest finishers, fighting tournaments and super fights before, so she is very familiar with the rule set. Even though she's giving up a little bit in belt experience, she has a lot of experience in this rule set coming from a great team. She's going to be well prepared. This should be a really, really fun matchup.
Next up, we have Nabila Martinez versus Janine Mokabier.
Janine comes all the way from Toronto, Canada for this one. So we have our first international athlete of the day. We have a few competitors from Canada today coming down. Janine sits immediately. Having seen Nabila compete quite a few times before, she has very good top pressure, very good passing game, so it'll be interesting to see how Janine's able to deal with that from her guard. A nice pass attempt early from Nabila.
This will be a little bit of a size difference here as well.
Even though we're very early, this already seems to be a little bit more deliberate pace compared to our first 3 matches. Both these ladies seem to have a little bit more slow controlling game, looking to feel each other out. Just good, nice reverse del Hiva game from Janine. Nabila keeping her weight back, controlling that far ankle to prevent the inversions, kiss the dragon, and those leg entries. Janine is trying to get that false sweep in. She has a good bite in the leg, forces the roll. She gets the leg isolation.
Gets the entry here.
Nabila's going to want to turn heel through. It's hard to see from our angle if the knee line is still attached, but it looks to be.
Looks like she
Nabila
still has
trying
the
to
knee
roll
line
and
here.
clear the knee line. But Janine is digging deep for that heel.
Getting closer to the wall here. It'll be interesting to see how this gets treated. If we do get one more roll here.
If we do go into the wall and the position is locked, they're going to try to reset it even if it's in a heel hook. That's one thing we stressed in the rules meeting earlier to the competitors. So you can't roll out of a submission to escape. You have to actually clear it yourself. And we may get into that reset situation soon.
Use your other leg.
And we are going to have a reset. We will see where they reset. And they are resetting standing. Referee Aaron Brooks did not think the heel was fully isolated or the heel hook was in, so that was considered a neutral reset. So Janine sits.
Nabila going to be a little bit more careful now, entering after experiencing that quick leg attack.
She did a good job of escaping and keeping herself safe off a really good bite, especially this early.
She's looking for that false reap again.
False
inverting
reap is
through.
there. Janine might have a little deeper angle, but Nabila is doing a good job pulling her knee line out. Now a little bit more neutral position. Clearly, we're seeing what Janine's game plan is for this match, seeing the same false reap entry in both. Both have looked very, very nice. So she's clearly very well versed in the leg game. She's trying to pull Nabila's knee line back inside, and she's able to get a nice Senkaku inside. Nabila is again forced to roll.
Nabila doing a good job defending here. She does have a very deep saddle position here.
Janine's doing a really good job keeping Nabila's knee line in. Nabila's doing a good job of not letting her heel get isolated and stuck. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more rolls, as we've seen a lot already in this fight.
Let's take our hands away from the hand fight and come towards your leg. Yep. Turn and face your feet. Turn and face your feet.
Nabila's coaches are wanting her to turn and face her feet. Nabila has a great corner with the Adamus Jiu Jitsu crew with Dante Leone and some of his top students with her, so she's getting some world-class advice. Janine looks very comfortable with the leg isolated, not trying to rush or force the attack.
Just waiting here patiently.
You gotta work to loosen that grip on your leg.
This can be a very tiring game to be digging for the heel and trying to get these leg isolations for this much time.
4 minutes in.
On the contrary, that also very tiring to defend as well.
For
Staying
sure.
on your toes.
We're about 4 minutes into the match, so we're getting close to that halfway spot in the match. Both athletes are looking. Janine looks to get a little bit deeper. She's able to get a little elevation. I think pull Nabila's hip back in. We may have a heel isolation. Nabila's now trying to turn to pull through.
Just looking to get that heel isolation here. Oh,
Looks
it
like the
have a
heel is
bite.
caught.
Oh,
But Nabila does a good job of slightly turning the knee. The heel is behind the shoulder. Janine is, again, getting a really nice knee bite, but is not able to isolate the heel yet.
just looking to play that X and Kaku position here.
The heel is now being isolated, but Nabila is rolling to take the pressure off.
The way that Janine has her legs entangled right here, it's going to be very hard to roll out of this position now.
The heel looks to be in her forearm, but she's not able to get enough separation between her body and the mat to get a full bite on it. Nabila doing a good job hiding it.
Very good flexibility here from Nabila.
Now the foot is now a little bit free, but Janine's able to retract the leg and bring it right back to her shoulder. And now she's getting to a nice spin position to try to free that ankle. But Nabila, again, doing a good job trying to clear.
Looks like she might have a bite on the heel here. Nabila doesn't look overly concerned here. And she does to get out of the position
And
here.
she clears her foot after a long leg entanglement.
Yeah, lot of energy expended here. We'll see how that affects the rest of the match.
We're about halfway through this match. Janine sits again right away. My guess is we're going to see some more leg entanglements, possibly a different entry this time. Nabila has to know that's what her game plan is.
Janine may be thinking a different avenue now, having her right where she wanted her, not being able to finish at that point.
A lot more movement from Nabila, trying to make it harder to isolate her legs, which I think is a really good strategy after the first two leg entanglements. Janine looking very relaxed in her open guard. This is now the longest match of the day so far. Just over 3 minutes left. They're almost 7 minutes in. Again, neither athlete has been really able to relax since that first 30 seconds or so of the fight.
3 minutes left.
And that is our 3-minute mark. Again, we are working for EBI overtime rounds if there is not a submission. So there are no points, no advantages. If there's not a submission, we are going into our back or spiderweb positions.
Pulling the close guard here.
First time we've seen the close today. We'll see what, or from Janine today, we'll see what she has from her game. If she's going to attack the upper body or try to use leg lock entries from the close guard like K-guard. She's really controlling the posture heavy.
Some heavy breathing.
Nabila getting some good wrist control, probably trying to posture up to open that closed guard.
Second Nabila went to stand up, Janine appeared to pull her back down. Oh, it's looking to set up an armbar here.
Nice angle.
Trying to get a high guard here, maybe up over her shoulder.
As we're almost 8 minutes in, Nabila is going to be a little sweaty. It's going to be a little harder to hold that closed guard or high guard. Nabila has definitely been on the defense to this match, but she's done a really good job avoiding any real danger. She got into some deep leg entanglements, but never got super close to getting the heel exposed. She's doing a good job from the closed guard. She's not really putting a lot of attacks on Janine. Janine's been in kind of the driver's seat most of this fight. As we get close to overtime, it'll be interesting to see if Janine used a lot of energy in this 10-minute match, if she's going to have much left to attack in overtime. At this point, both athletes have to know there's a good chance we could see an overtime here. I think both would want to avoid that, but Janine's still climbing for some high guard and some arm bars. We can have a very attacking, offensive closed guard. 1 minute. So this is our athlete's last chance to really make something happen if they want to avoid the overtime. Nabila keeping good inside line control, making it hard for Janine to find any angles to really attack from. At this point, I'm figuring we are going to hit that overtime. As I say that, Nabila gets a nice passing position. 30 seconds.
Looking for a hard pass attempt there.
If you're Nabila here, you got to think if you're going to use any energy. If you have time to stabilize the position and finish in the last 20 seconds or so, not kind of conserve energy and wait to get to this overtime period.
20 seconds.
This will probably be a pretty... And that is our time. We're going to go to our first overtime of the day. So we're doing our EBI overtime, 3 overtime periods if there is not a submission. We do our coin toss. Janine's going to be the one calling it. So we are going to see, it looks like a spider web for our first overtime round, which is a little bit more rare in the EBI rules. Most people are going to opt for the back, but I've seen Nabila at Midwest Finishers choose the armbar or spider web position before, so this is something she is clearly training for and very good at. Right away, Nabila with a good bite on the elbow, controls the leg, trying to separate that arm. Janine defending well, but her arm just got separated. She went from the rear naked choke to hands. Nabila's keeping a lot of tension in the elbow. Good head control. She now climbs the triangle over. She isolated the arm, but Janine was able to hitchhike out. A little bit of controversy if there was a tap. From our angle, it did not look like a tap.
She looked to successfully hitchhike her out of that.
Nabila was very close to finishing that. Great defense by Janine. So Janine is going to go for the back control. So again, if you're new to EBI, they're going to do alternating overtimes. If Janine gets a submission in this round, she's going to win the fight, and that's the end of it. If there's no submission, we will go into a second overtime round. Janine is immediately looking for that choke.
Hard to see from our angle.
Looks to be a body triangle, but it doesn't look particularly tight yet. Nabila is getting a good job. She does not have the body triangle. Nabila is doing a good job trying to get her shoulders free, but Janine is holding her shoulder in. She gets a little bit better angle.
She's got her back to the mat here.
Nabila is close to the escape. It looks like she's going to be able to get her back and shoulders free, but she has to completely clear her right elbow for an escape in this position. Janine's able to come into the top into the arm triangle.
Oh, interesting.
The arm triangle slipped out, so the mount is an escape. So now we're going into our second overtime round.
We're getting into another armbar position here.
Nabila opts for the spider web again. She had great success in the first round, so I'm not surprised. It will also be interesting to see if Janine's arm is tired from that first exchange. Nabila again with a really nice bite on the arm, controlling the angle. Janine, you see good control. Nabila's coaches are asking her to keep Janine's head to the ground, which will help prevent the escape or the hitchhike. Janine's able to pull her legs inside to try to peel. Nabila now getting both arms inside, hugging the arm. She's looking for a good separation of the arm, but Janine, and she gets the tap. Very nice armbar by Nabila. So Janine now has to get a submission in the same amount of time or shorter to continue the round. Do we have a time on that submission? 29 seconds. So she has to get 29 seconds to get the submission. And she is now opting for the spider web as well. It's going to be a sprint. Nabila immediately turns out to be able to put her back down the floor. Janine is now on her back. Nabila is looking to stack and put that pressure to pull the elbow through. She also can just keep her weight here if she holds it for the full 29. The arm is free.
And gets the tap.
And she gets the tap, and that was inside of 29 seconds.
Very close fight here.
That definitely
I think Janine
seemed like a
managed
quicker,
to pull off the victory here, but definitely a heartbreaker for Nabila.
A rarity to see 2 arm bars in ABI overtime in the same set.
It's pretty wild.
I think Janine will get it by submission time in the round, but we are waiting for the official announcement. Really great fight. And that is Janine Mokebar with the finish by a quicker armbar in the overtime round.
Very tough match.
Great fight from both ladies. Really impressive jiu-jitsu. Our next fight in the bracket will be Hannah Guy from 10th Planet Crystal City against Natalie Ferris from Taylor Biaggi Jiu Jitsu. Hannah is a purple belt, and she is an Ultimate Fighter Season 30 competitor. So obviously with some MMA experience. Natalie is a brown belt who comes in with a second place finish at the Purple Belt World Championships in the gi last year in 2021. So 2 highly accomplished grapplers. One from the more traditional gi jiu-jitsu side and one from the more MMA side. So this will be an interesting style matchup. We did have one bye in this bracket. Shalia Lindsay, who is the reigning 145-pound finishers champion, coming back to try to take the 135, got a first-round bye, as we only had 15 competitors. So you will be seeing Shalia in the second round against the winner of this fight, but she did get a bye. Yeah, that was a very tough last match. Janine definitely has had the toughest round to this, or entry to the second round. But luckily, we have a big bracket for the men's division as well. So we have a lot of fights coming up. So again, Hannah Guy against Natalie Ferris in our next match. Hannah, again, Ultimate Fighter Season 30 competitor, and Natalie from Taylor Biaggi Jiu Jitsu, a brown belt, second place finisher in the worlds at purple belt. Natalie immediately sits and starting to play her guard game. Hannah looking to sit back.
Get straight to K guard here.
Hannah looks to be a little bit a bigger athlete of the two.
Looking to get
Natalie
into a triangle here. Ooh.
Nice K guard entry. Hannah's trying to work that right arm inside to not let the knees separate, but Natalie got a good angle, and Hannah's able to pull the leg free. Natalie looks to be
Natalie confident here in her closed guard. Hannah, no stranger to this, being an MMA fighter. Looking for a can opener here.
We do not see the can opener too often. Natalie does a good job just opening the guard, clearing the hands, then recompositioning her guard. Looks like another K-guard entry. This time, Hannah has her weight forward a little bit more, so this might actually be a better bite on her leg.
Counter knee bar.
Nice counter knee bar. That was a tight knee bar, but Natalie did a good job turning her knee out to take the pressure off, but her leg is still caught. And now we have a heel exposure.
Outside heel hook exposure here.
And Natalie turns to try to take the pressure, but Hannah still has an angle.
Looks like really cranking on that heel
She
here.
has a false grip, and it looks like Natalie slid the heel through, but the leg is still in jeopardy. Natalie now trying to clear the knee line.
You'll see in these women matches, these women have a ton of dexterity and a ton of flexibility in their ankles and their joints, and what may look like a deep finish may not be.
Natalie now looking to be digging for her own leg lock on Hannah in that 50-50 position. Obviously, this is a leg lock shootout position. Either can finish either if there's one mistake. Natalie has a good hip angle, but Hannah is keeping that inside line. Natalie has now opened the 50-50. Hannah trying to attack the heel hook with the legs locked is a tougher submission to finish, especially against a flexible athlete like Natalie.
Just grabbing the head here, looking to keep close here.
Natalie gets a little leg separation, and she now has a good angle to attack that heel.
Natalie looking for her 80-20 here, trying to get her knee line out of the picture. Natalie's knee line's still in the picture here, though, so she does have to be very careful.
Both looking for heel hooks. Neither have perfect bites.
Tight inside heel hook here. Doesn't quite seem to have a bite here. Maybe trying to think about a toe hold here. Hard to see what Natalie's doing on her end.
Looks like doing toe holds for a minute there.
Looking to attack a heel hook here, but
she doesn't have knee line control.
Yeah, no knee line control here. She does have her own. She does have her own heel hook here.
Natalie may get the finish here. She has the hands locked. The heel is exposed. Hannah is now pulling Natalie forward.
Really late stage defense here from Hannah. Natalie looked very, very tight here.
Looks like the hands have become slightly separated as Hannah's got inside the elbow. But Natalie still has the exposure. She doesn't have the bite on the heel at the moment.
Maybe trying to transition to a knee bar here.
Hannah has a really nice 2-on-1 on Natalie's right wrist, which is preventing any kind of
nice inversion.
Now Hannah going back to her own inside heel hook. This is a very much a duel between both these ladies. Clearly some experience. A little bit of a soup lock.
Going for a real tight straight ankle lock on the outside leg here. It's going to be tough to get that ankle lock finish.
Both ladies have had really good looks on leg locks on each other. Both seem to be very hip to the leg lock game and both flexible in the knees and ankles.
Now she's on top here, looking for a head and arm.
Now we're going to see Natalie's top game. We've seen her guard and her leg locks, but now we're going to see a little bit of her passing. Hannah looking for a Kimura, but Natalie was able to posture out. Natalie putting some good pressure forward from the half guard and knee shield, but Hannah doing a good job of keeping her head free and trying to keep some distance between their hips. After seeing a leg lock shootout like that, it'll be interesting if we see some more upper body attacks or sweeps.
Natalie in a nice position here, defending the Kimura, looking for her crossface. Looks to have her relatively flattened out here from the half guard.
Hannah doing a good job not letting Natalie control the head even when she gets flattened out.
Looks like Natalie is really working to pass the guard here as opposed to falling for legs here.
She now gets the crossface, so she is in a much better position to actually pass right now.
She's able to get the knee slide here.
Really good head pressure right now from Natalie. Really,
head
really
pressure,
solid.
trying to really knee slide forward here.
Hannah trying to keep her arm inside to keep the leg trapped, but she's got a heavy crossface on her head, but she's able to keep the guard in play. Very nice persistence from Hannah to not let the pass get established. She gets back to a better knee shield. Very nice defensive work. Now they kind of voluntarily reset on their feet.
Yep. You got 4 minutes left to work here.
So 6 minutes of good hard pace. Hannah jumps in with a nice ankle check. Look for a triangle. And is able to square
double
up.
unders here. Natalie doing a good job fighting the hands here, fighting the hip, not allowing her to get the double under pass.
Natalie being a little bit of a smaller athlete, this could be a position where Hannah wants to make her carry her weight, but Natalie does not let that happen. Now we're seeing Hannah do the same thing to Natalie that Natalie just did to her, getting some good heavy pressure, passing from a half guard, trying to flatten her out, put some cross faces in. She opts to go for an overhead attack, looking for the guillotine darces as opposed to the cross face that Natalie wanted to go.
Oh.
And it looks like she's cleared the pass north-south.
Cleared the pass. Looked like she was going through to a darce, so it looked like Natalie gave her the pass to defend the darce.
Natalie trying to invert to clear space. The north-south choke looks to have a little pressure. Natalie seems to be pushing away, not wanting to let Hannah settle. But the head comes free.
Comes free. Looking to maybe isolate the Kimura here. Well defended by Natalie here. Still got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, so still quite a bit of time to work here.
Hannah looks to have her right leg inside of Natalie's elbow slightly on the far side, which would help with the isolation of this Kimura that she's looking for. But from our angle, it's hard to see where the wrists are locked. She's now sitting back for an armbar. The arm is controlled.
She does have that arm isolated
She
here.
has plenty of time to work. Natalie needs to keep her hands controlled and needs to turn back in.
Natalie has a pretty late stage
And
defense
now the
here,
arm
and
is free,
there's the tap.
and we get the tap. Hannah gets the arm lock submission in regulation. Another nice regulation submission. This one for Hannah Guy.
Tough match. Hats off to both ladies there for a grueling
Yeah,
match.
both ladies looked really good, had their moments of attack and defense, but Hannah gets the win. And we are moving on in the 135-pound bracket. On our next matchup, we have Melanie Iverson of Sarah from Brazilian Jiu Jitsu against Kristen Walsh of Sarah BJJ. Mel is a blue belt and Kristen is a purple belt. Kristen is a purple belt under the legendary Jason Rao, a great grappler from the Northeast. Mel is one of my blue belts, so you may get a little bit of biased commentary. I will warn you that right now. Both of these ladies competed at ADCC trials. Both have a lot of active competition in the last year, so this should be a fun, fast-paced match.
Next up, Melanie Iverson versus Kristen Walsh.
So Melanie is in the black and blue rash guard. Kristen is in the black rash guard with the purple leggings. And the ladies right away start hand fighting. We're actually seeing a little wrestling in this match, which is always interesting to see. In the no-gi sub-only rule set. Nice head control by Mel.
Mel looking pretty big for this weight class as well.
Yeah, both girls look to be solid for 135. Neither looks to have a particularly size advantage. Both look to be good with their hand fighting and head fighting. Seeing some really good head positioning, some good two-on-ones from both girls.
Tough posture here from Mel. Interesting, no girl opts to pull guard here.
Yeah.
Both maybe looking to fight from the top in this match.
Both girls look to be confident and strong on the feet. Mel with a nice heavy control of the head. This is something Mel likes to do, and a lot of grapplers on her team like to do, is ride that head and really make your opponent have to carry your weight, especially early on in a long fight. Kristen jumps to go for the arm bar.
Jumps to pull guard right to an arm.
I don't know what just happened.
I'm not sure.
It looked like an arm bar. Kristen pulled well. Mel was able to pull through. I don't know why they reset. Mel's now trying to get on top, trying to slip the elbow out. Kristen has a really nice bite, but
Looks like she still has the bite on the elbow here.
Really nice attack by Kristen. Mel trying to step all the way through to try to pull that arm out, but that elbow is still tucked in, so she's not out. Mel putting good pressure for her. Now she gets a better angle to step out and clears. Really nice attack by Kristen, but now Mel is able to use that to pass the guard and smash. Mel, I believe, is in a full mount. It's hard for her angle. I can't tell if her foot is trapped in the 3/4. She's going to try to isolate Kristen's arm for a head and arm choke. I would not be surprised to see Kristen start trying to use a hip escape to try to get a leg lock from here. Both these ladies have solid games. Mel is very strong from this position, and she's able to isolate the head and arm choke with a lot of time.
Good isolation here. Looking to really drop her weight here.
Mel has a really good angle.
Squeeze.
She's putting a lot of pressure on Kristen. There's a lot of time left in the fight, but this is not always the easiest submission to finish against a tough opponent.
Hard submission to finish, and also can take a lot of gas out of the tank, a lot of gas out of the arms.
Mel now switching to a head and arm position with the rear naked choke grip, and then switches to go back to hand to hand. This is a really good position to wear an opponent out as a top competitor if you don't use too much energy burning your arms out trying to finish the choke. You can also start looking for back takes, wrist locks, and shoulder locks from here. Looks like Mel's looking for a little bit of a shoulder lock.
Looks like she's looking for a shoulder lock, possibly looking for some sort of a gift wrap to maybe transition to the back.
A higher weight class or in the men's division, the wrist lock's a great option here, but oftentimes at the ladies division, it's a little harder to finish the wrist locks from these positions. Mel with really good grapevines and keeping Kristen locked to the mat. Kristen looks to be trying to get that arm free, but she's in a kind of a conundrum that if she tries to move her arm too much, that will make the choke tighter. But if she keeps her arm in, it's very hard to escape with the head and arm choke locked. Mel doing a very good job keeping the pressure on, trying to keep her legs active so that Kristen can't create too much space.
Just not letting her really get that elbow back to recover. Mel's very, very tight here with that elbow control.
Mel looks really solid from the mount. Again, the battle from this position is, can she get enough separation between Kristen's left arm and her head to get the ear inside? From our angle, it does not look like she does, but now she's opting to an Americana from the mount. So Mel opts to let go. Kristen did a great job escaping that position, staying relaxed and calm, not panicking. Very good defensive jiu-jitsu by her.
Be interesting to see who's the fresher of the two after this exchange.
Yeah. Both of them now had one really solid submission attempt on each other. Kristen with a beautiful armbar that Mel defended, and Mel with a very good head and arm. Kristen now bringing the legs in, and Mel looking for
We're looking
an
for the
armbar.
backside 50-50 here.
Nice 50-50 entry from Kristen. Really nice heel isolation. Mel trying to use their second foot to peel inside. That looks like a good bite by Kristen.
Good bite on the heel here.
And a really nice isolation. Kristen Walsh gets the tap from the heel hook. Really nice escape and really nice entry into the heel hook. Beautiful submission for Kristen Walsh of Sarah BJJ. Great fight between the two ladies. And that is going to be the 7th round of our 8 women's quarterfinal or first rounds. We have one more match in the bracket. We have Beatrice Gin from Colgate Bjj against Courtney Corpela from Purevita Bjj and Mma. Beatrice is a purple belt and Courtney is a black belt. Beatrice is coming out of Virginia. Colgate Bjj is in Northern Virginia. And Courtney is coming to us via Wisconsin. We've had some really fun matches in this women's bracket to start. A lot of submissions. Will we keep that pace going as we finish the women's bracket and start in the men's?
Next up, we have Beatrice Gin versus Courtney Corpela.
So Beatrice is on the mat. We're waiting for Courtney. And here comes Courtney. Beatrice immediately sits. Courtney looking to pressure forward with her knee. Beatrice is looking to tie her up. Beatrice has a good overhook, looking for a little mirror lock, it looks like, but she uses it to wrestle up. Courtney jumps on a head and arm. This is a position you can start attacking some chokes. Beatrice looks to be doing a good job keeping her knee and elbow together. But Courtney's got a good bite. She closes the figure four, and she closes that rear naked choke grip. She's going to need to isolate the arm in. The angle Beatrice is at, she's able to clear the arm. Beatrice now on top, using her own knee cut, and finishes the pass. Controlling Courtney's hips. She's going to look to mount, and she does. But Courtney's able to put her right back in half guard. Nice timing and anticipation by Courtney. Courtney being a black belt, that does not surprise us. She has a lot of experience competitively and on the mats. Beatrice is also a very experienced competitor, a very decorated purple belt. B's showing some really nice passing, getting another nice pass, controlling the hips, stabilizing. Again, in this rule set, the passes themselves don't give you anything other than putting you in a good position to put weight on your opponent and start isolating. She's, again, looking to do that same mount. This time she's going to try to hide her foot, but again, Courtney's able to put her right back into that half guard using that same escape. B now going to look for a little head and arm control to try to climb into the mount position or climb into the side control. We're now getting a little arm isolation. We're looking for Kimura by Beatrice from the top. She's going to try to use this to threaten the submission to help pass the guard. Courtney looks relaxed in the bottom. Beatrice getting close to getting that foot free for the mount, and she does. She still has the Kimura too. Not the easiest submission to finish from the mount, but she could jump off and try to finish it from the side control or use it to take the back. B with a nice control of the shoulder. Courtney trying to feed her left arm inside to help take some pressure off. And Beatrice lets go of the arm to opt to just control from the mount. She immediately transitions into a gift wrap. Look for a arm bar, back take attempt if she can keep control of the wrist. Here comes the back take / mounted triangle. She stepped over.
Just looking to lock up that figure four here. Oh, does get the lock.
The triangle is closed. This is a great position for an arm isolation. And she gets the arm isolated. Courtney's trying to pull her head back free. Beatrice looks very, very composed from this position. She's pulling the head in to tighten the triangle.
Keeps that triangle tight here.
The triangle looks very tight as she's making a nice angle.
She does have that arm hugged on the hips here. She might want to opt to reverse the triangle here to make it tighter. She might be thinking about getting that left arm isolated if this triangle doesn't get finished here. Got to be careful not to burn out the legs using too much energy here.
Beatrice does look very relaxed in this position. Doesn't look to be squeezing too hard. No, she's in a good spot with a lot of time left to work.
Courtney does have a lock on the body here, so maybe buying her some precious time here.
Making it hard for Beatrice to get that angle to finish and keeping Beatrice's lower back off the floor, which always is going to make the triangle a little bit weaker. But this becomes really a war of attrition. How long can Courtney stay with the pressure and the posture being broken? And how long can Beatrice keep her triangle locked? Courtney now opting to sit back. She might try to pull the feet in between to try to create the attack. But as I say that, Beatrice gets the finish.
Good composure. Waited for her moment.
Very nice win for Beatrice. Tapping out a very tough black belt in the opening round. So out of 7 fights in our opening women's round, we only had 1 overtime, and we saw 2 submissions in that, and we saw submissions in every other opening round match. So a really fun opening round of the women's division. We're now going to have a super fight between Jaden Groener and Blake Harris, 2 blue belts, before we jump into our men's bracket. Jaden is a 10th Planet Lombard product. He is 15 years old from Joliet. He's a very accomplished grappler, even at 15, winning a lot of adult divisions. And Blake Harris is representing the Peoria Athletic Club. He is a very good blue belt. He's a white belt winner of the PANS, as well as a good high school wrestler. Very, very experienced competitor as well. So this is going to be a fun blue belt matchup.
How old is he? What? How old?
Jaden's 15, and Blake is about 20, 21. So two very young competitors who are both very experienced, much beyond their years.
Good to go.
Expect a big applause for Jaden.
Jaden Groener.
Again, Jaden is a 10th Planet Lombard, our host gym's competitor. So he is going to have the crowd on his side.
Both guys opting to start on the feet here.
Again, seeing a lot of wrestling today. Blake doing a nice duck under, gets in on the single. Jaden goes right for the neck. Nice little exchange to start this fight off. And not being a non-tournament match, these guys can kind of leave it all on the line. They don't have to worry about second, third, or fourth matches today. This is their only time on the mat, so they want to put on a show, so expect a high pace from both. Jaden with the Minari roll. Blake defends it well, immediately into a double under.
Double under pass, able to secure the pass here, it looks like.
Jaden very flexible, able to come inside and immediately looking for the legs.
Looking at an isolated leg.
Beautiful
here.
isolation. Blake looking for his own leg lock, but Jaden's got the inside position.
Inside.
And he gets the submission. Very nice by Jaden Groener.
Crowd loving it.
The crowd very excited for the submission by the hometown product. Great job by Jaden. That's going to take us into our men's 170-pound bracket. This is a full 16-man bracket. In our opening fight, we are going to have Felipe Chivon from Fight Sports Miami against Nilo Bergener from Adamus Jiu-Jitsu, Pedigo Submission Fighting. Felipe is a world-class brown belt from Fight Sports. He has a huge list of credentials in the IBJJF circuit. And Nilo is a very tough brown belt from Dante Leon's gym. He is a veteran of the Midwest finishers, so he's fought on this rule set. I am not sure if Felipe has any EBI experience. This will be a very quick-paced match. Felipe is from Sao Paulo, but now is in Miami. He is a double gold medalist, gi and no gi at American Nationals at the brown belt, a world's medalist no gi at brown belt, a medalist at the PANS, so he has a plethora of titles.
Next, we have Felipe Shalia versus Nilo Bergener.
And Nilo Bergener, again, is a very tough grappler. I've had the pleasure of calling his matches before. He has a phenomenal mullet from Nilo as well. That may give him an edge with the crowd. Nilo being cornered by Dante Leon and his crew. Felipe, again, up from Fight Sports, so you're getting guys representing two of the best teams in the United States. Get some early hand fighting. Nilo opts to sit and then pop right back up, and then Felipe opts to sit. Trying to figure out where they want to be comfortable in their games. Nilo, some nice heavy pressure. Felipe with a good frame. Some nice inside work from Felipe. Felipe looking very comfortable off his back. Looking to get some leg isolations. Nilo is hip to the game, and he's able to clear his knees, get his weight back. Now starting to put a little pressure on the knee shield. To pass this position, he needs to deal with Felipe's knee shield. Felipe coming underneath to look for the far leg. You're looking for the heel exposure. Nilo now able to spin out, looking for his own leg. We're back to where we were just were. Felipe looking very comfortable in his half guard, looking to have some well-versed attacks to the legs as well as the upper body. Nilo keeping some good steady pressure on. Nice pass attempt, but Felipe uses it to try to isolate the legs. And now climb behind Nilo. Beautiful back take by Felipe. He has a half back as he climbs the choke with a nice face smash. He now gets a full back control. Nilo is able to clear his head and now is going to hand fight to try to get his shoulders free. Felipe with a beautiful transition here, showing world-class jiu-jitsu. Nilo trying to hand fight and get that arm free. Felipe now looking for the body triangle. Nilo is able to clear his shoulders, and he's going to try to use it to turn. Felipe goes right up to a triangle. Nilo is wise, and he's able to escape back to the closed guard. Beautiful exchange by both grapplers. Nilo in a knee in the middle position, trying to open Felipe's closed guard. It is often hard to open the closed guard, on, especially no-gi setting on the knees against someone as good as Felipe. Felipe just controlling the posture, bringing Nilo back in and climbing for the triangle. Nilo now does get the guard open in a much better passing position. Felipe looking to be very aggressive today, looking for back takes, triangles, leg locks. Kind of anytime, any position he can get in, he's looking to attack. Nilo with a nice flatten.
Keep that left hand underhook. Lock those fingers up if we need to. Don't mind about where his hand is. We can pummel the right arm under his underhook as well. Those double unders here. Keep that underhook. Yeah.
Nilo now with double unders. This is a great passing position as he gets his head higher and higher on Felipe, but Felipe is able to push him back down, trying to negate the double unders and get his guard back. Looking for a little body lock, but it's not there yet. Just about halfway through the fight. Having seen Nilo fight before, his pace is one of his best attributes. He's really good at being able to keep this pace high and wear opponents down. Felipe with a nice leg entry, but Nilo looking for his own legs. Gets to a nice inside position. Some fun scrambles. Into a nice e-control by Nilo, but Felipe is not settling. Immediately scrambles out. And now we get a scramble to the back from Nilo as Felipe recovers his half guard. Very, very slick no-gi jiu-jitsu. We are halfway through. Very nice passing situation. Right into an armbar. Nilo dives to the armbar. Felipe able to come on top. He isolates the arm and gets the tap. Beautiful submission from Nilo Groener from Pego Submission Fighting at Adamus Jiu-Jitsu. Very, very nice finish. Very nice performance and a great first match in our men's 170-pound division. Our next fight up is going to be Jack Paul Singh against Anthony Morales. Jack Paul is one of my students, so again, don't be surprised if you get a little bit of biased commentary. Anthony Morales is coming to us from Jay Page's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Jack Paul, straight from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Jack's a Chicago guy, and Anthony's coming all the way from the East Coast. So this should be a nice, fun match between two Midwest finishers competitors. Blair Ellis as a blue belt from Phoenix. From, again, J. Page's BJJ. Jack Paul is a new brown belt from Sarah from Brazilian Jiu Jitsu in Chicago. Right away they come out. Again, some more wrestling, some good hand fighting. Again, quick pace here. Anthony looks to have some good wrestling base. Looking to be really pushing the pace. Jack Paul getting heavy on the head. They're using a lot of this big mat space already. Jack with a nice Thai-style clinch on the back, putting a lot of weight on Anthony's back. Again, this is something we like to do at our gym a lot, so not surprised to see it. This is a position Jack is very strong from. Anthony clears the head. Anthony looks to be very, very aggressive on the feet. Again, Jack with that, again, double-handed tie clinch again, trying to wear out Anthony. Anthony's pace, I think wearing him out is a good idea. Again, very nice hand fighting and wrestling between both Anthony and Jack Paul. I'm expecting to see a level change from Anthony as he's putting a lot of pressure forward. I think he's wanting to get Jack Paul to reach so he can try to change levels and come underneath. This is an intense pace for these guys. They've been keeping heavy pressured wrestling from the start of this match. You know, very different than most every other match we've seen so far today. Anthony just continuing to push forward, head fighting, hand fighting, trying to set up his shot. Jack trying to prevent it with his ties. Now Anthony gets on the head a little bit, giving him some return of his favor. Jack's trying to clear the hips as they go into the wall. Nice, aggressive wrestling. Again, a sub-only setting. It's always interesting to see this much wrestling. Nice takedown by Anthony. Jack Paul is getting back to a kind of open butterfly half guard. Anthony with some really good heavy pressure forward. Looking to set up that pass. Jack Paul looking for wrist control to not let him flatten him out. Jack with a nice climb up. He's able to close his guard back up. Kind of now in a neutral position. Good head position by Anthony, trying to keep Jack flat with a little bit of a body lock situation. Jack trying to attack from his closed guard with a nice overhook. That overhook is keeping Jack in a good position to control Anthony's posture. Now Anthony has double overhooks on as he's trying to clear and create space. Jack trying to isolate the arm. He now swims across the body looking for a nice Kimura hip bump position. Anthony does a good job trying to step over to prevent the attack. Jack's able to reclose his guard, and he still has the over-shoulder control. Anthony trying to keep. They're going to reset in the center from the same position. And this has been a very high-paced, intense match. Anthony seemingly wanting to stay low to pass. Now he finally gets to stand up. Jack doing a good job controlling posture. Anthony with an underhook from inside the guard, and then controlling the arm on the other side. Jack with a nice overhook to control. Again, these guys are aggressively kind of attacking everything from hand fighting in the guard to the feet. Neither guy's really wanting to give up an inch of position. We've seen a lot of head grinding, a lot of underhook fights. Again, a little bit out of the ordinary in the sub-only game where we're not worried about points or advantages. Neither guy wants to give up any ground, it seems. Jack Paul swims again across the body, looking for that Kimura position. Anthony doing a very good job hiding his elbow and keeping a body lock to prevent Jack from getting an angle to attack. Jack now trying to dig an underhook on the far side to try to break that body lock position. Looking for maybe a shoulder crush here to start attacking.
5 minutes.
We're halfway through this match, 5 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. Neither guy has really gotten to much of a position of advantage. Both have been attacking with really good, smart pressure, but neither guy's gotten really far ahead. Jack trying to open the guard a little bit to try to stretch Anthony out. Anthony keeping that tight waist body lock, trying to get Jack to give up position. It's a hard position to pass to the closed guard. This is Jack now getting a good frame on the neck, trying to open up that body lock. Anthony is holding on tough, trying to keep the pressure on him the whole time. Jack now digging that underhook, trying to free the hands. The hands have come unlocked, so we are no longer in that tight body lock. So we may see a little bit more movement now. This is a very kind of grueling match for both competitors. Jack Paul again looking for some underhooks to try to peel the body lock up. Anthony trying to keep that body lock tight to prevent Jack Paul from getting angles from his closed guard. Both guys look to really be comfortable even in this kind of high-paced kind of grinding game. Neither guy wants to give up their position or change their mindset right now. Jack's pushing his head off the center line to try to create more of an angle, try to isolate that elbow. He has that left underhook on Anthony's right arm, which is going to make it hard for Anthony to get a good control of the body lock. Jack looking for that sweep, not able to finish it. Anthony doing a good job defending. Again, getting to a nice half guard position, but Jack's able to re-attack the closed guard. He's looking for the shoulder lock, trying to isolate Anthony's arm, but Anthony's keeping it tight. Jack still has a bite on that elbow. He's trying to stretch Anthony out with the grapevines and use it to sweep, but Anthony doing a really good job trying to separate. And this has been an interesting and very tight match so far. Lots of pressure, lots of hand fighting and head fighting, but not a lot of big movement. Jack trying to isolate the arm, but Anthony doing a really good job of keeping inside ties from the closed guard. Two minutes left, so we're 8 minutes in. Again, we are going to overtime in 2 minutes if we do not get a submission for either guy. I'm interested to see if Anthony or Jack are going to switch their game as we're getting so deep in the match, trying to avoid the overtime round. Neither is in a great position to go for much of a submission right now. Anthony's in such tight position from the top. Jack does not have a lot of options, and Jack's closed guard has been so tight. Anthony has kind of been stuck down in a body lock type of position. Jack now looking to get under the leg to set up a situation. Again, Jack Paul's on a reverse armbar from the guard. He's trying to sweep or arm lock with it, but Anthony doing a really good job clearing his elbows and getting away from the attacks. We're getting into the deep waters of this match. The way it's looking, we may have an overtime. Anthony looks to be incredibly strong from the top, but he cannot really get anywhere going when Jack Paul's closed guard. Jack Paul again looking to sit up, try to get an angle to sit up, some Kimuras, some hip bumps. Jack using his right foot on the hip to try to create some space and distance. Anthony sucking hips in and forcing the half guard. Anthony now has gotten to the most advantageous position he's gotten in so far this fight. He has a nice body lock around the waist. Jack Paul with the flat half. Jack Paul throwing up a nice choke from the bottom. And Jack with a really nice choke attempt, but he was able to slide out. Jack Paul with the lockdown should be controlling Anthony from really being able to pass from here. With just under 30 seconds left, we are more than likely going to go to the overtime round. Both guys are going to have a lot of pressure from this 10 minutes on them, so it'll be interesting. Jack seemingly just let Anthony pass this their short time, and he wasn't too worried about the submission attempts. Trying to conserve some energy as we get to the end of the round. And that is our 10 minutes. We're going to our first overtime. So Jack gets the call. So Anthony's going to have our first selection in our overtime round. And he chooses to attack the back. We're going to get in our back position. Right away, Jack tries to get a good attack angle. Anthony's able to... Oh, Reese. There was some miscommunication here. I don't know what happened. Jack evidently got his back escape. I'm not really sure on that one. I guess Jack cleared his shoulders before Anthony could get on. I literally blinked and I must have missed it. Jack now with a tight body control. Putting some good pressure in. With that quick escape, he should have a good chance to at least get a long ride time. But Anthony doing a good job getting his back to the floor. Jack able to reposition. He only is half back, but now he's starting to get the choke. Anthony doing a good job, and he gets the escape. So 2 relatively quick escapes in that first overtime. We're going now into our second overtime. Both guys are now pretty tired and pretty sweaty, so holding position is not going to be easy from here. 2-on-1, Jack. 2-on. Jack getting a little tired, almost forgot the 2-on-1. He now looking to clear those hands. Anthony doing a good job of switching sides, looking to climb that arm for the choke. Jack hand fighting. He's got to protect his neck here. Anthony's got a good bite. This looks like the deepest position either have gotten in either overtime. Anthony doing a much better control this round. Jack needs to turn his hip over the hook and start taking it. Anthony doing a good job, but now there's a little bit more space for the arms. Anthony's starting to get under the chin. Anthony has a loose rear naked, but it's hard to finish on top of the head. This is a long drive. This is a lot of pressure and squeeze. And Anthony gets the tap. So now Jack Paul has to get the submission. We're getting our time. Wait. What's the time on the submission? 53 seconds. Jack has just under a minute to get the submission. So Jack needs his own submission. And Anthony gets the escape. And Anthony gets the win with the submission in our second overtime round. Very nice performance for Anthony Morales as he moves on, and he will be fighting Nilo Bergener in our second round. Very good fight with both competitors. We are now going to be moving to our third fight in our bracket. We have Ben Schultz from Primal Milwaukee against Manning Levert from 10th Planet Jacksonville and 10th Planet Orange Park. We're just waiting for our mats to get dried down by our mat crew. Our next matchup, Ben against Manning. Ben is a very active competitor in the Midwest scene, competing in a lot of different rule sets. I believe has fought MMA over the years. I am not as familiar with Manning, But being a 10th Planet product, you are sure he's ready for an EBI type rule set. It should be an interesting match. Ben is going to be in the bright yellow rash guard and shorts, Manning in the black.
Next up is Ben Schultz versus Manning Leverett.
So here we go in our third match in our 170-pound bracket. Again, Ben Schultz in the yellow from Primal Milwaukee, Manning Leverett in the black from 10th Planet Jacksonville and 10th Planet Orange Park. Again, some more good aggressive hand fighting on the feet. Seen a lot of that in the men's division so far. Nice deep underhook by Manning. Trying to keep Ben off his legs. Back to a more neutral high tie up. Foot sweep attempt for Manning. Now a throw by. Both guys look to have pretty solid wrestling on the feet.
They said I could jump on commentary.
All right.
I'm now joined by Chris Wojcik on commentary. Nice throw attempt by Manning, but Ben is wise to it and stays on top. Now in an open butterfly guard. Especially with the no points, it's nice to see competitors go for some nice takedowns and throws to see what they can create in the scrambles. Ben looking to tie up the head and arm to try to set up that pass up. Manning with a deep triangle half guard, kind of keeping Ben locked down.
I'm not sure if I already said this, but Schultz has a MMA background, so probably going to see a lot of head and arm.
Yeah, he's a very physical competitor for sure. I do not know a lot about Manning again. From what we can see, it looks like he has some wrestling, and it looks like he has some good traditional 10th Planet as he's trying to wrestle up kind of an old school sweep from here.
Schultz is tight. Oh. Ooh, that was cool.
Now spin underneath the knee bar from Ben.
Very nice.
Now the heel isolation. Manning do a good job trying to clear the foot. Ben still has that knee line controlled. Manning looks very comfortable here, and he's able to clear the feet and now come on top. Manning now looking for some of his own head and arm control from the top to try to pass the half guard. And looking to invert, kind of come from deep half. Manning steps over the head. We can isolate, take the back and arm. But Ben does a good job sliding his arm out and now comes back to the top position. Kind of rewinding to where we were earlier in the fight. Scissor sweep attempt by Manning, and Ben sits back to the foot. A nice bite on a straight foot lock. Manning keeping good inside hand position to try and let Ben extend. I may want to bring his feet together to try to reinforce the foot that's being attacked. Now Ben switches to the heel hook, then back to the straight foot.
Manning is very comfortable in those leg positions, offensively and defensively.
Yeah, it looks to be no panic in that position at all. 6 minutes left in the match. Been a pretty evenly matched fight so far. Good head control by Ben to try to keep Manning from trying to invert or create space. Ben getting into a body lock position. Manning doing a good job framing the face and chin. Five minutes left. Ben opts to let go of his body lock. Ben again sits back for the foot. Manning looks to clear the line and come up on top. Manning do a good job controlling Ben's ankles with his passing. He's able to finish the knee cut. Now in a head and arm position. He has his hand locked.
Kind of an unorthodox grip.
Yeah, that was a strange angle for that. Now we're seeing a figure four from kind of a deep half wrestle up position from Ben. Manning in a good position, try to isolate that arm and at least prevent the sweep and possibly isolate and finish the arm. He may want to try to create a base and step his left leg up and try to step over Ben's head to get an isolation. Especially with such a tight figure four on that shoulder. It's going to be hard to break Ben's grip without engaging the legs to help fight it. Now he opts for a higher grip on the arm as opposed to the wrist, trying to set up a crucifix possibly. Could be looking for a step over armbar, or him rolling through for the Kimura. But Ben's able to explode out and pull free. Ben again sits back on the leg. Inside heel hook position.
3 minutes.
3 minutes left. Manning clearing the knee line, but he's not able to get through. And now with another pass. All into a triangle, but Ben's able to posture out. Now we're going to see a little close guard action. As we're getting later in the fight, this is where we get to the point that we may start seeing competitors thinking about the overtime round coming up. Two minutes left. This is very reminiscent of our last match. We saw a body lock from the closed guard and one competitor on the bottom trying to pry the elbow out and try to create space with the top person. Just use the body lock to try to suck the hips in and keep from getting attacked from the closed guard. Again, with a position like this right now, it's hard to see a submission coming in the next minute or so before overtime, unless either competitor kind of changes their strategy right now. That is our 1 minute mark. As we get close to overtime, it will be interesting to see who has an advantage in the EBI style. Again, I'm not sure if Ben has competed much in an EBI rule set, or Manny coming from a 10th Planet background, you know he will be prepared for EBI. very short time left in this match, just under 30 seconds.
I think both competitors are going to coast to the overtime at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I would, unless you got a really tricky fast submission from your guard, I think both guys are just going to kind of relax. I'm actually surprised Manning seems to be pulling a lot of pressure into Ben's shoulder, where there's not really much of a submission there.
Maybe just trying to tire him out for the overtime.
That's true. Rear naked choke grip over the shoulder. That is our time. So this will be a very interesting overtime round. So Manning is going to start on Ben's back. We're starting in our back position. Repositioning our bodies a little bit to face the cameras. Manning drying his head off on Ben's rash guard. Manning's got those long legs, which are great for body triangles, which can be a problem, obviously, in this position.
I've seen this a lot in EBI recently, the body triangle with the foot in the middle.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more difficult to escape.
Yeah, and at this level, very few guys are worried about the ankle or knee being crossed and getting the crank foot lock on it, so no one's worried about that. Ben doing a good job trying to pummel the feet inside to clear that body triangle. But Manning looks to be very, very relaxed here. Again, coming from a 10th Planet background, this is something they drill all the time and should have real comfort in these positions. From our vantage point, it does not look like the choke is close, but it also does not look like Ben's at a good position to be escaping.
Manning has a 2-on-1 grip on Ben's right arm at the moment.
Ben now starting to attack the feet a little bit. Manning switches the body triangle to the other side.
Got the rear naked choke locked in.
Looks tight. This might be our finish.
Oh,
Ben doing a good job.
He looked pretty unfazed by that rear naked choke.
He may have had a really good chin position or just did not feel the squeeze or threaten, but yeah, he did not defend it as strongly as you regularly expect. Now we're getting late into this round. We may get a ride out full 2 minutes. As I say that, Ben almost gets out, but beautiful repositioning. That was, I think we're saying that was an escape. We've had a few disputes over escapes in our back positions today so far. Head instructor of 10th Planet Lombard and 10th Planet Black Belt Omar Ocasio comes in to take over the reffing because there was a little bit of a dispute here. Ben Schultz opts to go for the spider web. Again, we've seen this quite a bit already today. Always an interesting choice. You have a little bit higher percentage to finish, but a little bit higher percentage to also lose the position quickly. Manning doing a good job trying to turn in, keeping his rear naked choke grip, trying to clear that leg off his head so he can slip his elbow free. But Ben has a really strong grip on the elbow and a really good control of Manning's left leg to prevent the turnout. Ben now able to come on top, putting a lot of pressure on Manning, but Manning's able to step over. He's going to want to use his legs to stretch Ben out, start popping the elbow. And he taps. And Ben Schultz gets the submission from the spiderweb and the first overtime to move on in this 170-pound tournament.
All right, Blake's up next, so I'm going to go catch.
And Chris Wojcik is jumping out of the commentary booth. Ben Schultz with the submission. Very, very nice arm lock. Our next match in our 170-pound bracket will be Blake Classman, Fit to Defend Academy and Seraphim Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu against Brandon Wilson of Detroit Jiu-Jitsu and Assembly Jiu-Jitsu. Blake is a black belt, and Brandon is a brown belt. Brandon is an accomplished brown belt under Dave Garmo and the crew up at Assembly Jiu-Jitsu, recently having a few double golds at some IBJJFs in the Nogi. He's waiting in the absolute, so obviously he's a very strong competitor. Blake is a experienced black belt who is a former Fight to Win world champ at brown belt, who is a very experienced in sub-only type rule set. So this should be a very fun matchup. Again, our ring crew is cleaning up all the sweat from these last few matches. We're going to get started with our next matchup in just a minute. So here we go. Blake Classman against Brandon Wilson.
We have Blake Glassman versus Brandon Wilson. Go, Blake.
Here we go. Right away, Brandon pulls, immediately going for some legs. Blake able to sit back, get his knees down. Both guys, again, very accomplished no-gi grapplers. Brandon coming from a very high-level background, training with some of the best grapplers in the world up at with Dave Garmo and the crew. He will be prepared for anything out here. Blake, again, a seasoned black belt competitor himself. He has fought super fights for Midwest finishers before, so he's familiar with the EBI rule set. Blake in a nice half-guard passing position. Brandon trying to pull him forward and off-balance him, looking for some arm isolations. Looks like Brandon's trying to elevate Blake, bring weight forward on the hands so he can get underneath to the legs. Blake trying to keep a nice wide low base, trying to keep heavy on his hips. Start setting up his passes. Brandon tried to invert and come underneath, but Blake doing a good job with a little bit of a weave. Blake doing a really good job keeping his right knee heavy and attached so Brandon can't invert. Now Blake's coming forward for the head control. Brandon really aggressive, looking for arm controls, leg locks. Already just really trying to show some of his game. Blake now getting his arm inside and trying to isolate a leg of his own. Both competitors clearly looking for some leg locks early in this match. Brandon with a nice push to the face with the foot to try to get a back exposure. Blake doing a good job. His heel's caught in position. Now Blake's able to catch his leg of his own. Brandon's able to spin through. It looks like his knee line is cleared and safe. And now he's attacking Blake's leg. Really nice scramble between Blake and Brandon already. Both guys looking very comfortable in their games. Brandon weaving the legs through, trying to get a nice angle behind Blake. Blake doing a good job keeping his hips back. Brandon with a nice leg isolation. Blake looks comfortable. Knee line is controlled. Blake trying to open the legs of his own. Blake now looking for his own leg lock, clearing his knee line. Blake getting his feet inside to try to open the legs and try to clear his foot. And he's able to clear the knee line. Very nice entry by Brandon. Very nice defense by Blake. Blake again on top in this butterfly guard. Blake now with a little knee control, looking to set up a pass, flattening out Brandon, but Brandon not letting him get the hips flat, keeping his knee shield in. Brandon now working the butterflies back through, going from half to butterfly. Would not be surprised for a 2-on-1 or an underhook to try to isolate and elevate Blake to try to come underneath, looking for some ashis. Brandon looking for that wrist control to try to suck Blake in and get that elevation, but Blake doing a good job keeping his hips back, not falling into that trap. Blake now trying to get a little bit of a foot pummel to try to clear his knee line and get on the inside to start setting up his pass. Brandon trying to dig inside, but Blake keeping that head control. Going back between the weave and the head control to prevent Brandon's elevations. Blake getting a little heavier on the head, getting a little bit higher up, but Brandon doing a good job keeping the knee in between to not let Blake get that flattened position. Brandon, again, looking for the isolation. He wrestles up a little bit. Blake recovers his butterfly. Now we're looking for a similar position from Blake and Brandon, with Blake in the half guard, trying to get his position. Brandon coming from Assembly Jiu-Jitsu, you know he's going to have some good head and arms. Blake with a beautiful John Wayne sweep, coming into a flat and half guard. Blake is very, very solid with that sweep. He's hit it many, many, many times in competition, gi and no gi. And that actually not only swept him, but put him in a really good control position from the top, where the first time he's actually been able to get Brandon flat. Brandon's going to want to get that right elbow back in to get back on his side to prevent the pass. And Brandon does just that and gets back to a nice knee shield. Now he's trying to push Blake back through, looking to elevate for that leg. Blake kind of concedes the top position there. We're about 5 minutes through in this one, so we're about halfway. Both guys have had really nice sweeps. Both guys have had some nice leg entries. Very evenly matched fight so far. We'll see if either guy can create a little separation here and get to a dominant position. Blake trying to clear his hip to clear the leg. Good. Brandon looking to isolate the leg. Blake trying to clear the foot and the leg and isolate his own toe hold. Both guys really looking comfortable in the leg lock positions. Brandon getting a little bit of a better bite so far, though. Now Blake gets in on his own knee and now gets a nice senkaku on the inside, trying to isolate Brandon's leg. Blake is almost losing the knee line, so it's a tough position. Now he recomposes. Now Brandon isolating Blake's leg. Again, both doing a really good job in clearing knee lines in these exchanges. Neither guy's getting really close to finishes while they're getting good isolations. And both very comfortable being top or bottom in this position. Neither has shown a particular issue going from the top or the bottom. We haven't seen anyone really close to passing, but Brandon again with good, trying to flatten Blake out. I think he's been a little bit more cautious after he got swept last time he came forward. Brandon again is going to sit back and isolate that leg. Immediately Blake is trying to clear that knee line, using the foot on the hip to try to keep the space. Blake is using his left foot to really frame Brandon's hip. We have 3 minutes left. Again, very even fight. Neither guy has really gotten a big advantage. Both have had really good moments. The nice head and arm control from Brandon on top is one of the most dominant positions we've seen so far. He's trying to set that pass up, doing a really good job using his free leg to try to open up the pass. Like doing a good job of getting his guard back. Again, very, very even. Neither guy is really getting, allowing the other competitor to get too far ahead. Small advantages that are kind of pulled right back into the other person's game. And Blake again with a really nice sweep to the top. Blake now looking for a little Ezekiel from the top. I think he's using this more to try to open Brandon up than probably finish him. And then Brandon's able to roll again, but back into the close guard. First time we've seen close guard this round. Brandon stands up. Blake working that inside butterfly with the left hook. Try to elevate. We're getting late in this fight. Can't be too much time left, so it'll be interesting to see again if the strategy is strange. Blake's able to knock Brandon over. Both are looking for heel isolations. Both are looking for knee line controls. Blake able to come up again. We've seen a lot of sweeps from both competitors, but again, in a no point setting, it's just trying to get to better positions, maybe to get your leg isolations, it seems like is what both are looking for. Blake with a nice knee line control. Just over a minute left. Blake with both legs isolated, but Brandon doing a great job keeping his knee line free, not letting him get deep. Both are looking for those counter leg locks every time we get in a scramble. Blake again opening Brandon's legs, trying to isolate the heel. Brandon trying to open Blake's.
Keep going with that. Keep going with that. You can do both at the same time. You can defend and attack at the same time.
Neither guy with a particularly advantage in the leg lock scramble yet. Blake with a decent angle, but Brandon fighting his leg free. Okay, we're getting close to the overtime round. This sweaty, it's going to be hard. Just over 30 seconds left. So we may see one last little scramble before we get into the overtime. As we get into overtime, I am not sure if Brandon has a lot of EBI comp experience. I know Blake has done at least a few EBI rounds. Brandon with a good attack on the leg, but Blake doing a good job keeping his feet free. Brandon really looking to try to clear the legs. Blake doing a good job now countering and trying to clear his own legs. I believe this one will go into overtime. Both guys using a lot of energy. Both guys really fighting tough and strong to get into the position. And that is our overtime. So we are entering our overtime round. A very even match. A lot of this is going to be depending on who has more EBI experience, I think. So we are resetting into our overtime position. We're going to sit right in the middle. And it looks like Blake will be starting on Brandon's back for our first overtime round. Blake with some nice isolation of the arm with his legs. Blake bringing that left leg up to try to clear the arm. Now he gets the body triangle. Brandon doing a good job movement side to side. Blake with a nice body triangle. Brandon doing a good job trying to get those shoulders to the mat.
Use his wrist. Start getting at his wrist. Continue in that direction. Use your feet. Get out. Open those feet up.
Blake with nice body lock control.
It's right there. So right foot.
The body triangle is going to make it obviously hard for Brandon to move. Brandon doing a good job of using his feet to try to clear that body triangle. He's in a pretty safe spot from the choke. Blake needs to reposition his back. And Brandon gets the escape. So Brandon's opting for spiderweb. Again, we've seen a lot of spiderweb today. In my past experience in Midwest finishers, we've seen very few spiderweb rounds, and today we are seeing a lot. It's a great switch up. We're seeing some more diverse attacks and some different strategies, so it's fun to see. Brandon has a very nice deep bite. Again, spiderweb is a very tough position. He's going to try to open up. Blake doing a good job keeping his elbows in, but the arm is isolated. Blake trying to come up, and he gets the tap. And Brandon Wilson with the submission in overtime from the spiderweb. Very nice work by Brandon. And that was an incredibly even match through regulation. Brandon was able to get the sub in overtime and will move on in the bracket. The next match on the 170-pound card is going to have Max Hansen of Adamus Jiu Jitsu, Pedigo Submission Fighting, against Timothy Lang from Southside BJJ. Max is 24 years old from Windsor, Ontario, Canada, and has been on a real hot streak the last year or so, into the top 16 of the ADCC trials, West and East Coast. Definitely has some EBI experience, so he's well prepared. Tim is a 23-year-old from Minneapolis, by way of Hawaii. He has experience fighting on both Fight to Win and some other local super fight shows, so this will be a interesting matchup. Brown belt against purple belt. And right back on commentary after his last match, Blake Glassman. From 12, 13 minutes on the mat, right back to the commentating. How are you feeling, Blake?
Better.
That was a fun match. That was a very evenly paced match. So yeah, we got Max Hansen from Adamus Jiu Jitsu, Timothy Lung from Southside BJJ. On paper, Max would have to be the favorite in this one. But again, as we've seen, these rule sets, belts don't really matter. Credentials don't matter. It's about who's the better guy today. Max immediately underneath with some elevation off the 2-on-1, uses it to come on top and into a body lock. Max putting a really, really fast pace to start this fight. Put the pressure on Tim. Heavy pressure already, and Max gets the pass.
Heavy pass.
And into the mount with the hooks. Look for Max to climb high in the mount. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a arm triangle position. Max now climbs for the arm bar. Looks to have a good isolation. He might be trying to close the triangle, which he is. Max in a really strong position. We're barely a minute in, so he's got a lot of time to work. He's fresh. Tim keeping his hand inside to try to take the pressure off the choke, but he's got to worry about the arm isolation from here. This looks tight. But Tim is able to slip out. Beautiful escape. Max immediately sits. And immediately is elevating again. Sometimes when a competitor gets a submission that tight and his opponent slips out, you wonder if they're going to be frustrated, but Max does not look fazed by it in the least. Tim has to have a little confidence, though, knowing he got out of a really tight position. That has to build your confidence as a competitor, knowing you can get out of the deep waters against someone as good as Max.
Did a really good job escaping there. I'm sure Max used quite a bit of energy there, trying to work for that submission.
Mexican looking for that 2-on-1 on the wrist to try to elevate, sweep her into the legs. After that early blitz by Max, Tim's looking to settle down a little bit and get more comfortable out here. Again, that's sometimes that earliest part of the match is the hardest for competitors. See if Tim can actually get some of his offense going. Max decides to sit up and come right back down. Max now starting to climb his guard up for the triangle omoplata. Switching into the legs, beautiful transition. And Max is going to use it as a sweeping tool as opposed to the leg lock. Max immediately with the knee cut and a nice sweep back by Tim. Again, after that early flurry, Tim's looking to really settle down and looking to show that he has some very high-level jiu-jitsu of his own. Max is definitely still in control of this fight. Again, he wrestles up. Uses it to come right up and pass. He has a nice spin behind. Now we're looking for the back. Max now gets the back. Body triangle is locked. And he has about over 7 or just under 7 minutes to work, so he has plenty of time. Switches the body triangle.
Keep your shoulders square on your chest.
Max being patient, is looking to hand fight slowly but surely, get a little bit better position. Max now using his legs to try to peel the arms down, but opts to go back to the body triangle. Max in a really good position, but Tim doing a good job hand fighting and not let it get too deep. Max is now, again, slowly isolating the arms. Tim's going to have to address that body triangle to try to get out. Max again switches the body triangle. Max now climbing the right leg up, trying to isolate the armbar reverse triangle position. Tim again able to escape, but still has Max on his back. Max They're about to go into the wall, so we're probably going to get a reset here in a second once they get to a more stabilized hand fighting position.
Just reaching the halfway point of the match here. A lot of energy used by both competitors.
Max now isolating one of Tim's arms with his left leg. This is now a really bad spot for Tim. But he's shown a great aptitude to be able to escape these bad positions already. Max may have the rear naked out here. It looks tight. We're doing a little MMA rules, and we get the submission. Max Hansen moves on to the second round with a rear naked choke in regulation, just about 5 minutes through on the first round. Very nice performance from Max. So our next matchup in this 170-pound bracket is going to be Tom Headhunter Higgins from 10th Line Out Lombard, Higgins Conspiracy Grappling, and Team Natural Wrestling Club. He's a brown belt, and he will be going up against Sam Freeze from Ohio. He trains with Detroit Jiu Jitsu under Dave Garmo as well, teammate of Brandon Wilson, who we saw competing earlier. Sam is a purple belt. Tom is a brown belt. Tom is another 10th Planet Lombard product, so expect the crowd to be on his side in this matchup. Tom is in the green flannel rash guard, and Sam is in the black. Both look like two thick, solid 170-pounders. Immediately, Sam pulls. And he hits a nice sweep attempt. He's trying to isolate the leg. He gets a good bite on Tom's leg. Tom doing a good job trying to clear the knee line, but he's not free yet. Sam now switches to an Ashi. Tom clears, and we're to an X, and again another inversion. Now he's to opt to come up. Sam now looking for a little body lock game. Tom trying to come over to counter. Sam's got a good body position though for the lock. But Tom is able to close the guard back up.
Good recovery.
Yeah, could have been a bad spot for Tom, but he did a really good job staying calm, getting back to his guard. Tom has a very good wrestling base, so it's not often that you see him play from his back. So it'll be interesting to see what his game is from the closed guard position. Tom doing a good job controlling Sam's posture. Sam finally able to stand up. He's going to try to open. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him sit back for a leg lock if he's able to open Tom's guard. I think Tom's trying to keep him down to prevent just that. Tom trying to climb up those legs for the triangle. Sam now on the head and arm. You know, if Sam's coming from Detroit Jiu Jitsu and Dave Garmo, he's going to have a good head and arm game. But Tom's able to use that.
Good pass by Tom Higgins.
Tom has got some very good top pressure going on right here. This is kind of his A game where he wants to be.
Putting a lot of weight on him, a lot of pressure.
Yep. Sam's got to be careful in a position where the guy is strong and technical as Tom. Sam threatens an armbar to use it more as an escape. Now gets into his underhook game. I would not be surprised if we see some elevations from Sam trying to get underneath and get to the legs of Tom. Either sweep and or get to the leg lock positions.
Good passing position here.
Tom puts a very nice forward pressure. Sam doing a good job pummeling the legs on the inside. Again, I wouldn't be little false sweep action.
Looking for that body lock again. Tom wise to that, pulls his closed guard to negate that body lock.
Yeah, smart decision to not let that body lock get set, not let him suck the hips in too deep. been a nice kind of back and forth matchup so far. Both guys have had some good positions. Sam doing a good job trying to get good posture and open up that guard. Sam gets the guard open, immediately goes to a nice knee cut. Very nice timing on his open to knee cut game. Tom trying to stuff the arm and come up.
Tom going for a guillotine himself here. Wisely defended here, kind of pulls the quarter guard.
Again, you know, Sam having Dave Garmo in his corner, he's well prepared to see a lot of guillotines and head and arm chokes. Tom pulling that head in. I think he might be looking for some darces here. Nice sweep attempt by Sam. Creates some space. Then we got an inadvertent eye poke on the entry. We are set in our open guard position. We got 6 minutes left in this 10-minute opening round matchup. Sam playing a nice little seated butterfly, looking for the Kimura trap. Tom wise and
Connor with the armbar. Tom here looking for head and arm, trying to get the back exposure, uses the leg drag. Good recovery.
Very nice scrambles for some really technical offense and counter offense and counters to the counters.
We're approaching the halfway mark of the match here.
Tom seems to really want to get to a nice smash position, but Sam's doing a really good job keeping frames and knee shields between, not really letting him get fully connected to the upper body.
Ooh, little wrist lock attempt there.
5 minutes.
5 minutes left, halfway through this match. They've had a really good kind of consistent pace. Not particularly slow, kind of consistent, just easy attack, easy escapes. You got the double overhook butterfly guard from Sam. This is a good sweeping position. But Tom's base seemingly just too strong for that. He's able to cut the knee inside, takes that angle away. He's in a much better passing position now. Sam keeping that left leg over, might be trying to sit up or try to attack the leg.
There's a scramble. Tom finds him. Right away going for the head. Really good defense here. Both these guys very savvy to the head and arm game. Oh, really
Very
nice
nice
back kick
switch.
attempt. Tom's trying to counter here with a Kimura.
Tom has the Kimura locked.
He's got the Kimura locked here. He's in that top half guard position, using it to try to pass here. Maybe trying to sit back and get to that Kimura trap.
And he gets the leg free with the Kimura.
Gets to that position. He's really trying to get that finish here. Tom steps over the head here.
Sam locks his hands behind his back to try to relieve the pressure, but he gets the tap. Very nice submission win from Tom Higgins. Beautiful Kimura.
Very well done, very well done.
And the hometown crowd is happy with that result. We have our next match coming up in our bracket. Ramses Bulgarian from Serafin Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Living Art Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is going to go up against Jared Appenzeller from Des Moines Jiu-Jitsu. Jared is a very accomplished black belt from Iowa. And he wanted me to make note that he is a vegan alpha male. So remember that.
We got a couple of vegans. I think Tom Higgins is a vegan too.
This is our second to last match in our men's bracket. This is fight 7, and we'll have fight 8 coming up. A lot of sweat in the commentating booth with Blake coming back from his match.
I'm going to change after this match.
Next match, Ramsey Bjj
So Jared is a very experienced black belt with a lot of success, sub only. Ramsey's a very experienced competitor through all the belt ranks. He is a brown belt. So this is a black and brown belt matchup. I think the only match today where both guys are over 30, so both guys are Masters competitors. Ramsey immediately sits, getting his open guard. Ramsey's a very good open guard game. Jared immediately sits for the foot. Ramsey clears the hip line, gets heavy on his leg, and he's going to try to use it to smash.
Going right for that leg drag.
Jared doing a good job.
See if Jared opts to maybe transition to 50-50 off of this. Try to negate this tight leg drag.
Ramsey's able to get his knee flat. Jared clearly very flexible. He's able to get his knees all the way in between. But Ramsey able to push the knee line through and get to a nice smash position. His
Really
leg is
nice
not
crossface.
fully free yet, but he's in a much safer position now with the crossface and the knee free. Jared lets go of the leg.
Ramsey's really putting down this pressure here.
Ramsey's is experienced in the Midwest finishers. He fought in the 185-pound bracket last year. So he has been here before. Jared, while not fighting at this tournament, has a lot of experience, and I believe some EBI experience in some other local tournaments. Ramsey's in a really good position to flatten past the guard. He has really good head pressure. He's able to pass, and he's able to mount. Very, very nice pressure from Ramsey's. Ramsey's has very, very solid fundamental jiu-jitsu. Very, very strong from his top game and his bottom game, as you can see from his passing here. Jared being very smart. I would not expect Jared to panic from here. I would look for kip-ups and look to come up for the leg locks from Jared. Again, in a sub-only rule set, the mount is not the worst position to be in. But Ramsey does have a very solid mount game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ramsey's to start trying to isolate an elbow and start climbing for arm bars and back takes. He has very good mount control, and he is very good with that arm lock position. He's doing a really good job of staying heavy, not being in a rush. Obviously, with sub-only with no points, this is a great position to be heavy and kind of wear an opponent out. Jared doing a good job of just defending, keeping his base, keeping his hands in.
Ramsey's really taking his time here, establishing the position. Jared not giving him any openings here. While in the gi, the mount position is a very dominant position. In no gi, it can be a little bit trickier to attack.
Especially sub-only where the points don't give you any advantage. The Ramsey's can hold this for 8 minutes, and if Jared escapes, all I did was put weight on Jared.
Ramsey's maybe trying to isolate an arm, maybe trying to get some back exposure to look for a back take from here.
Yeah, I definitely think he's trying to get one of the elbows up so he can look for that arm lock, look for that back take. Ramsey's now going for a little forward rear naked choke attempt, putting that little Ezekiel in.
Trying to really crush his head here.
I think this is a really smart option just to try to get Jared to open his hands up against a very good defensive opponent. Sorry if it's a little loud right now. We're opening a garage door to let some fresh air in the gym. Ramsey's doing a really good job keeping heavy pressure. Oh, and he rolls off for the truck. Let's try to expose the back. Beautiful. And now he's stretching. Again, Ramsey's opting to be a little bit more aggressive.
Jared looking for a calf slicer of his own here.
Ramsey's looked pretty comfortable.
Ramsey's really trying to find the back here, but Jared doing a good job keeping his back flat on the mat.
Ramsey's able to get the leg free.
Looks like he's trying to counter roll him here.
Very fun exchange. Ramsey's now getting the back, but Jared again doing a good job keeping the legs free.
Now we're in a truck v truck position. We'll see.
And Ramsey's now getting his own calf crush.
Ramsey's really putting a lot of pressure here on the calf. Probably wants to try to find the top of the toes here to get the optimal finish.
Very, very fun exchange by both grapplers. Obviously, these guys came to fight. Ramsey didn't want to just stay in the mount.
I'm getting some Eddie Bravo, Hoyler Gracie vibes
Yep.
here.
And now Ramsey's back to the
Ramsey
back.
gets to the back, wins the truck fight,
Very
finds the
nice
back
by
exposure. Very well done by Ramses. Now Ramsey's sitting with still over halfway. We got about 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go here. A lot of time for Ramses to work.
So Ramsey's got some time to set up his arm bars and chokes from the back. Nice body triangle by Ramses. Again, Ramsey's a very technical grappler, as you guys can all see. Very just solid jiu-jitsu everywhere. Jared's doing a really good job defending and not really giving Ramses any openings, even with all these attacks and positional control thrown up by Ramses. And again, in the sub-only rule set, Jared doesn't have to do a lot other than defend. So it's Ramses has to be a little aggressive if he wants to make this position count. We are officially halfway through the round. Ramsey's clearly in control of this one, but Jared staying in there, not getting in any bad positions or not panicking because he's in any bad positions, staying calm and relaxed. I like the hand fighting Ramses is doing. He's not using too much energy, but he's trying to stay slightly, getting deeper and deeper with his controls. I wouldn't be surprised if Ramsey starts looking for an arm isolation to either set up the arm bar or to set up the rear naked choke.
Ramsey's doing a really, really good job here controlling the position, taking his time. Jared also doing a really good job defending here, not giving Ramses a ton to work with.
Ramsey's now in a little bit more advantageous seatbelt grip. We might see it switch to the mount, or we might switch to a head and arm triangle.
Looking for possibly an arm triangle here. Opts to take the mount position, puts a lot of pressure.
Ramsey's doing really, really good isolating.
4 minutes.
About 4 minutes left. Really slow, grinding pressure for Ramses. Really trying to open Jared up. Jared just being calm and relaxed in the bad positions. Jared's starting to use his hips a little bit more, try to escape. But I think he's being smart in that he knows, in the bad, being in the mount, the more energy he wastes, the more likely he is to get in a bad spot.
And Ramsey's doing a really, really good economy of movement here, really forcing his opponent to use quite a bit more energy here, defending all these submissions and really just carrying Ramsey's weight.
Ramsey's starting to open up his mount a little bit. I think he's going to be looking to climb a little higher, possibly trying to look for the armbar or the back take again. Giving Jared a little bit more room to escape just so that he has more room to attack. It's kind of the game in the sub-only sometimes. If you're too tight, your opponent's just not going to move and you're going to be stuck. Ramsey's now looking to set up the gift wrap position. Still has some time to work. Jared just keeping his hands locked, trying to be safe and smart from the mount. But he's not really getting anywhere defensively. Ramsey's trying to open the game up a little bit. I know he wants to sub. He doesn't want to stay here till overtime. Ramsey really trying to pull that elbow up, but Jared just keeping it low. Ramsey's now trying to get a good angle to get to that S-mount position.
Ramsey's doing a really good job not giving any kind of recovery options here for Jared.
And Ramsey
recovers his half guard.
Tries to jump out. I think he's doing that just to create a little space almost. I think he wants to come back to the mount, and thinks he wants to use that to pass.
Ramsey's doing a really nice job here, just keeping pressure forward the whole time.
Yeah, very good head position to really make Jared's guard very, very ineffective at the moment. Ramsey's in a great position. Again, Jared tried to climb those legs back, and he's going to look for that leg entanglement off the escape. If Ramsey can keep underhook pressure, that will prevent that from happening.
And finally, a little bit of breathing room here for Jared to start to work his game.
Now he's trying to look for those legs. Ramsey's trying to keep his hip forward to try to clear that so he can get his knee line out.
Ramsey's savvy to this leg attack here.
Jared with a nice little bite on the leg. Ramsey's doing a good job.
Ramsey's really
1 minute left.
Does not look phased here by this attack at all.
Ramsey's looking for his own counter. Ramsey's looking for a nice knee crush from the top from Ashi. I think using it more to create some space to pull his leg out than really go for the submission at this point.
That reaping leg is really going to create some problems here for Ramses. He's got a lot of pressure on that knee. Ooh, he transfers into the inside here for the inside Senkaku position.
That's a good bite for Jared, but Ramses did a good job connecting his feet to try to not let Jared get any good bite on the heel.
We got 25 seconds left here with Ramses in some pretty deep water here with double control. This position very hard to untangle.
Problem for Jared is he has little time as well, so Ramsey doesn't really need to escape the position as much as keep his legs connected. As long as those legs connected, he's pretty safe in this spot. Time!
Really good match there.
Very contrasting styles.
And anything can happen here at this point. Everything that happened in regulation now is irrelevant other than energy used at this point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who really used more energy that round. Ramsey doing a lot of control from the top, but really looking for subs. Jared having to defend a lot, so both guys had to use a lot of energy.
Both guys seem to be really breathing a lot of air here.
Ramsey opts to start on the back. Keep really good control here. We already saw some of Ramsey's back control throughout the fight, so we know he has good control here.
Gets the body triangle here. Really good position here for Ramses.
We'll see if he can open Jared up more in this overtime round as he was able to in the regulation. Jared doing a good job hand fighting and getting his shoulders to the mat. He's at a good angle to escape this position. Ramsey's trying to re-pummel his head underneath to not lose position. Ramsey's with a good connection to his head with the body triangle still in. Ramsey able to pummel back underneath with his right arm. But Jared is still trying to work those shoulders out. Ramsey able to restabilize. And this will pay dividends in ride time alone. Even if he's not able to get the submission, it's going to add a lot more time to Jared's escape. Ramsey's now starting to get a little hand isolation, it looks like. Again, Ramsey's being such a technical student of the game. He's doing a really good job of just keeping Jared controlled, repositioning to make sure he doesn't lose his head control or lose his arm control. Very, very nice adjustments. Jared doing a really good job defending and trying to get his head free to get his shoulders to the mat, but Ramsey's just not letting him have an angle.
Got a minute and a half here of ride time accumulated for Ramses.
It's already 90 seconds of ride time. We're getting close to the end of the ride time. Again, we're in a 2-minute ride time limit in that's our 2 minutes.
2 minutes of ride time here accumulated for Ramses.
Jared now gets his turn. We're seeing another back take position. Oh, we're seeing a spider web, I believe.
Spiderweb position.
Very interesting. Again, a lot of spider webs today.
Yeah, don't see that position as often.
No. I'm liking to see the competitors kind of thinking outside the box and trying for different things.
Interesting, Jared starts with the other arm through than you would traditionally expect.
Ramsey's going to try to create a base, get his leg over, and push the leg off his head so he can pop his arm out. Looking for a shoulder crush or a bicep crush. Jared's going to transition to the triangle. Ramsey's now in a decent position because his head is free.
Ramsey scissors his legs and looks like he's out.
And that's a quick escape. Now we're going into round number 2.
Round 2 here. Ramsey's I think thought maybe there was only one overtime.
Now Ramsey's as obviously has a really big ride time advantage already, so I would not be surprised to see him being a little bit more aggressive this round. as he can kind of play with the position a little bit more, knowing that he has that extra 90 or so seconds in from the first session. I wouldn't mind see Ramsey being a little bit more aggressive, kind of face crushing here, being a little bit more aggressive, working those arms across.
Jared able to get his back down to the mat. He's got the body triangle on the right side here. Ramsey's maintains the back control. Good job scooping the head there.
And Ramsey with really good control. Even I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see an armbar from this position, or the legs climbing for the triangle. Starting to get a little wrist isolation. Now the legs are starting to climb. Coach is asking for some straight jacket action for Ramsey's, trying to get those cross grips to try to start making Jared pull those arms through. Something Ramsey is very good at. Ramsey's with now a very, very high ride time advantage. Jared is really doing a good job not giving him any space. At this point, it almost doesn't seem like he's trying to escape. It just seems like he's trying not to get tapped during these rounds. Ramsey's trying to find some angles, I think, to open up some arm bars, some mounted triangle, or some rear triangles, but keep his control.
Looks like Ramsey's may look to open the body triangle here and maybe sacrifice for an arm bar.
Yeah.
Oh, triangle's on the other side here, so Jared now is going to have to work. Looks like we've got short time left here in this overtime period. And it looks like we have reached our 2 minutes here.
That's the full 2 minutes again. So
Good
this ride
accumulated.
time is very, very one-sided, which means I would be surprised if we see another spiderweb from Jared. Because he knows that's probably a faster path, and ride time is not going to be his battle.
Really going to go for the Hail Mary submission here.
Ramsey did a good job in that first overtime.
So now he starts with the other arm threaded through.
Give it a try. Ramsey's doing a good job using his legs, but Jared's got obviously still has very good control of the hip. Ramsey's is trying to use the legs to peel the grips, which helps.
Ramsey's really trying to get that elbow down to the mat here.
Doing a good job really pummeling his legs in, trying to separate the hands of Jared, which he's been able to do, so he can have a better chance to free his own arm.
Ooh, gets that arm. Ramsey's fights for the arm back here. Jared really grimacing, trying to get to that arm. Was able to break the grip here.
And he's going to clear the head. Jared's able to try to pull it back.
And there's the tap.
And Jared gets the submission in overtime. And this is the nature of EBI. Ramsey's dominated that whole match, but all it comes down is one overtime.
Really good showing from Ramsey. Good showing from Jared. Really able to keep his composure throughout the whole thing.
Jared's going to have a tough round, recovery getting ready for that second round as he has to go into another round after all that tough back control and mount control. So we're now going to be on our final fight of our 170-pound tournament, where we have Nicholas Creighton from Next Level Combat against Sergio Soares from Double Five Bjj. Nicholas is a purple belt under Next Level Combat in Minnesota. He has won a bunch of local Midwest shows like the Baddest Blue Belt. He was a bronze at No-Gi Worlds, so a very experienced competitor at the lower belts. Sergio is from Brazil and has an incredible list of IBJJF titles throughout all the belt levels, so he's a very, very seasoned competitor. So again, Nicholas from Next Level Combat in Minnesota, Sergio Soares from Double Five Bjj. Sergio has Andre Maneco, legendary black belt for Chicago by way of Brazil, in his corner. Again, Sergio has a very accomplished IBJJF record. I'm not sure if he has much or any experience in an EBI rule set, so it'll be interesting to see how he adapts to those rules. But with his high-level jiu-jitsu, I'm sure he will be able to do that. Nicholas, while a purple belt, seems to have a lot more experience in this kind of sub-only EBI type of experience. Both on the guard, a little double guard pull action. This is the first double guard pull work we've seen all day in any of our matches. Both guys playing a little conservative here. Trying to feel each other out, get to the grip pattern they want. Sergio is sitting there, Nick sitting to his back. Neither guy seemingly wants to play top. Kind of counter to what we've seen with a lot of the wrestling and a lot of the exchanges we've seen in some of the earlier fights. Always interesting when two competitors want to do the same thing. Sergio sitting in the back, and Nick opts to finally come on top. It's the first time this fight we've had anyone on the top position. Nick tries to dive through.
Looking for this leg entanglement here. Is able to get that cross sheet position and gets a quick submission. Very quick submission here. Okay, and we're going to be moving along here to our purple belt super fight. We've got Andre Greco out of Oshawa BJJ and Cicero Costa against Tyler Jones from Intercept MMA and Faro Academy. Okay, and here we go with our purple belt super fight. And we are underway here with our first super fight. Both guys doing a little bit of hand fighting here. Neither guy here looking to pull guard. Looking for a foot sweep to a single. Nice attempt here. Guys feeling each other out here. Really aggressive collar ties here. Not a ton of a feeling out process. Nice inside trip to an ankle pick. Hugging the legs here. Really looking to establish this pass here. Gets the guard pass pretty early on here. And these matches are like the other ones, 10-minute matches with 3 EBI overtimes if it gets to that point. Looks like you have a Darce pretty early on here. Really putting the squeeze on this Darce here. Trying to breathe and fight through. Transitions to the mount here, so he has the option to turn this into a triangle if he starts to lose the Darce. But still, sideline thought he might have been out at that point, but it looks like he's still conscious, still fighting. Really in some deep waters here. Manages to get his head free here, but he's still in danger of getting a triangle. Finds both of his hands to the inside. Starts to shimmy, really trying to get out of this mount position, maybe get into a leg entanglement. Shimmying, but good pressure here from Tyler. And Andre manages to recover his half guard here, so works his way out of a really deep submission position. Both competitors probably used a fair bit of energy there during that exchange, but this is a super fight, so you can kind of let everything go here, as there are no matches after this for either of them. Good crossface here. Keeping his back flat on the mat here. Really good tight crossface here. Manages to escape the position here, so we are kind of back to a neutral position, and both competitors stand up, and we're right back where we started. So Andre getting a feel here for Tyler's game. Let's see if he makes any adjustments here moving forward. Both competitors still opting for wrestling here. Neither guy is looking for guard pulls. Very nice foot sweep to single here. And Tyler really looking to finish, trying to kick the leg to get the finish. Gets the body lock here and manages to finish the takedown here. Another takedown for Tyler. Managing to secure the top position here. And it looks like he's working his way straight to the mount. So we still got 6 minutes and 30 seconds here to work. Really good pressure here. Coming in for a deep knee slide here. Andre really having to carry his weight here. Looks like for a far side R triangle here. Andre is able to straighten his arm out, getting out of danger of the arm triangle here, but not out of danger of the crossface here as both of his shoulder blades are on the mat. This is not where you want to be if you're on bottom. Andre looking to get to the side here, maybe trying to set up some sort of a deep half guard position. Half guard looks open here. Can't tell, Tyler might be trying to get to a mount. Still holding the half guard from here. Tyler passes the arm, attempting to really go for that arm triangle here. Andre establishes the butterfly stuffed by Tyler, and now we're back into a butterfly position on the other side. Good exchange from the competitors. And a guard pass. Once again, Tyler finding himself in a dominant position. Looks like he has a good lock on the body here. And looking for a buggy choke here. First buggy choke, surprisingly, of the day. Shut down pretty easily by Tyler. And gets to the mount position here. Really putting his heavy hips down here. Andre manages to escape here, finds himself into a head and arm entanglement here. And Tyler really trying to opt again here for this Darce. And he finds the Darce position here. Very tight. Oh, and he re-gets the position here. And Andre does not have a lot of gas left in the tank from here. This is very tight. He's putting his weight all the way down here. Andre looking to turtle from here. Doesn't quite get the turtle position. Really tight Darce. Really trying to scoot away. Trying to find a little bit of breathing room here, breathing through a straw. Finds the mount position with the Darce, and there's our tap. Great performance here from both competitors. Tyler showing a very dominant performance and manages to find the submission in regulation. Okay, it looks like we're going to be going into another purple belt super fight with Hashir Azam from 10 Planet Lombard with the home crowd behind him against Andrew DeGraff from Six Blades Jiu Jitsu. Hashir looks like he's taking a quick nap before the match here.
Aaron, Hashir, and Andrew. In this super fight, we have Hashir Azim from 10th Planet Lombard. Purple belt here, home of town guy who also trains and teaches at 10th Planet Naperville. Going up against Andrew DeGraff, who's a 16-year-old from West Virginia. Purple belt under 6 Blades Jiu Jitsu. Fight to win a veteran. Andrew's 16, Hashir is 22. So 2 young guns coming out for this super fight.
A couple young competitors here, 16 years old, 15 years old.
Lots of cheers for him. Andrew coming in from West Virginia. Both purple belts. Hashir has a really nice leg lock game. He's very good with his heel hooks and all his entries.
Right away into a inside Senkaku position here.
Andrew doing the same, looking for the same game. He has a really nice bite on Hashir and a nice knee line. Hashir doing a good job rolling through.
And Hashir trying to get his other leg here. But, yeah, Andrew's legs positioning here is really nice because with that X position, if Hashir goes to roll either direction, it's going to be very hard for him to escape his knee line from here.
It's a very hard position for Hashir to counter leg lock currently. He's got a really good knee line control, so it's very hard for Hashir to really get a bite. And Hashir being a very good leg locker of his own, that tells you how good Andrew's leg lock entries must be. Andrew with a really nice angle. They're rolling right towards the commentating table.
We're stopping in this position, likely going to be reset in the same position.
You have to reset in that same spot, as that was a very deep leg entanglement. One of the natures of any grappling competition, no matter how big a mat size, you're going to have guys who roll out no matter what happens. She was obviously defending the proper way. He was not just trying to go out of bounds, but again, he was not rewarded. He started right back in the same spot. Really good job by the referee in that position. Really sure now with his own kind of a little bit better counter leg lock position. Andrew with a nice bite, and Hashir coming back.
Hashir looking for his own heel hook here.
Hashir now has a nice bite on the heel. This could be a finishing.
And Hashir does have his knee line controlled here. And this suddenly becomes not a great position because now Andrew's legs are stuck and the reaping leg is now trapped. Maybe he's trying to set up a Mikey lock here.
I did see Hashir win a match with a Mikey lock earlier this year at a local tournament, so that is in his arsenal. Very, very technical leg exchanges here. I'm not very familiar with Andrew's game, but watching him right now, I can tell he's very, very skilled in the leg locks.
Very, very tight inside heel hook.
A really good bite as they go into the crowd. Crowd's scooting back to give the
crowd dispersing
space.
Here.
It's a lot easier to move a bunch of people than a wall.
At these lighter weight classes, you're really going to see a lot of leg lock shootouts, a lot of spinning, a lot of rolling.
Andrew clears his heel, but he's still not free of danger.
And both guys really in some interesting entanglements here. And the referee, Aaron Brooks, taking a quick look at the entanglement just to make sure that we get it correct on the restart.
Really technical match so far. Very high-level offense and defense by both competitors.
Now we're reestablishing the entanglement here.
It's always a little tricky. Everyone wants to get just slightly deeper than they have.
And we are back live here. And we've got 6 minutes and 30 seconds, so still a ton of time left to work here.
Again, this is more of a neutral spot now. I would say Hashir has a slightly better leg position because Andrew's inside leg is caught. But neither guy in a dominant leg position right now. Hashir sits back and gets that angle. And now Andrew back on the heel.
Andrew really tight on the heel here. And And finally, exit the leg entanglement back to a neutral position.
Very nice scramble, very nice attacks by both guys. It'll be interesting to see if we have a different type of game here. Andrew with a really nice passing sequence. Bashir has a very explosive and flexible open guard, so it's hard to keep passes on him. Do not be surprised to see a buggy choke coming from Bashir if he does get his guard passed. He's got a long...
And diving for the back take here.
Diving for Andrew, but Bashir's able to keep his mat.
Turning into a crab ride here.
Andrew really chaining some nice attacks together. Passes, back takes, leg locks. Bashir doing a really good job of recognizing him early.
After all those leg lock shootouts, I wouldn't be surprised to see a transition to upper body submission attempts here.
We are now halfway through. Bashir with some nice rubber guard.
Spins out of the rubber guard.
Very, very nice.
Nice awareness there.
Even though these are two young purple belts, this is as technical as any match we've seen today.
Yep, absolutely. Pulls the arm through out of the rubber guard. And now we find ourselves in a knee shield half guard. Referee Aaron Brooks calls the stop to the action. Resetting in the center. And we are back.
Andrew in a good passing position. She's trying to invert.
Oh, right to inside Senkaku here, but Andrew escapes the knee line, trying to counter.
With a roll to the back. Now we're in a 50-50 type position.
Trying to counter, maybe get some back exposure here off of the leg lock attempt. This is a good position here for Andrew because he really does have control of the hip line, and he can really create a back exposure, try to get a leg drag. Bashir defends really nicely there and ends up on top.
Now we'll see Bashir's passing. We have yet to see any. And Andrew immediately into the legs. Bashir gives up his top position, opting for a double pull.
Andrew gladly letting Bashir come on top here, confident in his guard game. Of these lower weight classes here, we see some really tricky guard work.
As someone familiar with Bashir, but never seeing Andrew do it before, I am very impressed by Andrew's game.
Ooh, false reap right into inside Senkaku.
And uses it to come up for a sweep right into a nice smash position.
Going for a body lock here. Bashir really got that Gumby leg. 10th Planet trademark here.
Yeah, immediately pulling that leg up to try to stop Andrew's offensive forward pressure. But Andrew using a knee cut.
Beautiful.
For the buggy choke, as I call it.
Yeah.
Bashir right there.
There it is. Buggy choke attempt straight away. Straight away.
Andrew doing a smart job keeping Bashir from connecting. Bashir's going to have to pull him back down to be able to connect for that buggy choke. And there he is.
Hard to see from here how tight the choke is. And manages to power out of it. Not terribly phased. Looks to be pretty exhausted from that attempt. Happy to give up the bottom position here and start to work guard. 2:30.
2.5 left. Just such a back and forth match. Both guys have had amazing moments. Andrew uses the side control knee and belly to get back into a leg entanglement. And again, Bashir doing a great job. Both guys doing such good jobs rolling out of the leg entanglements to not let the other person get tight. Bashir's on some good passing. Looks like Andrew's conceded the pass just to kind of
And with such short time left, you can't help but think that these guys are starting to think about the overtime, starting to maybe conserve the energy here a little bit.
Andrew, I think, is just taking a breather, being on the bottom side, keeping his elbows in. Bashir looking for a triangle option, gives up his back position. Again, immediately using that to enter a leg.
Really putting a deep torque.
Bashir yawn to show that the leg was in no jeopardy.
Is that a yawn?
Yeah, I think it was a fake yawn, but yeah, it was a yawn. A double outside Ashi is a position you don't see as often as compared to some of the other ones, but it's a nice tight bite. He doesn't have the toes locked in. Hashir was able to keep his toe line free, to keep his heel free.
Ton of flexibility here.
And again, now Hashir backing on his own leg attacks. 1 minute left. This has been an incredibly high-paced match. They get the lower weight classes and a little bit younger guys. This is not surprising. Again, this is not a tournament match. So they have nothing to save energy for. It's all for this one fight. So
Looking for a little bit of heel exposure here. Recovers here. Ooh, looked to have a really tight bite on that heel. Ooh, he's getting the double trouble here. And looking for a foot flex here, going for a...
with such short time left, I wonder how tight that was if Andrew just decided he wasn't going to tap no matter what because he was going to have just a little bit of time with that pressure in.
And Sheard not caring about the low time here, wants to get that finish in regulation.
Seemingly long 15 seconds.
We are entering into our EBI overtime rounds. And the coin flip.
So here we start our first overtime round. Hashir is going to be on Andrew's back to start. And here we start the overtime. Immediately, Andrew starts to reach down for the feet. Hashir puts his body triangle on. Hashir has very long legs, so it's a simple body triangle lock for him. I'll look for a hand fight battle here.
You can bring your head towards the mat, start to square your shoulders. You can't keep your back flat on his chest. Let's go, Sheer.
Sheer doing a good job keeping position. Looks like Sheer starting to get a little bit of success from the back. From our angle, we can't see how tight the choke is.
Ooh, manages to trap an arm here.
Keep moving your shoulders out slowly. Let's go. Keep coming this way. Keep coming this way. Keep going to your left.
One arm separated from the body is keeping Andrew in a bad position, but he's able to free the choke. Sheer looking for that one-hand choke.
He's got that arm trapped here in the body triangle as well, so
it's always an interesting spot for the person attacking that if you want to give up the body triangle, look for the mounted triangle.
oh, and we're getting a muffle here.
Wagner Rocha style. Andrew looks very unfazed by it. But now the choke looks to be set. And he gets the tap.
We do get the submission here, so
Now Andrew does get a chance to attack. We're going to get the time set. We got to get the time to figure out how much time Andrew has to attack. He has about a minute and 20 seconds to get the submission.
gets the body
Andrew right
triangle.
away gets the body triangle of his own. So he has some time. A minute 20 is plenty of time to get a choke.
Counter muffle here.
Bashir doing a good job trying to get the shoulders free, but Andrew keeping good control.
Gets the win. Nice job by Hashir.
And Bashir gets the tap in the first overtime and gets the escape to get the victory. Very, very good match. I think so far that was the fight of the night. Great performance by Andrew, great performance by Hashir. Very impressive jiu-jitsu. Hopefully we see them both back again soon.
Anytime. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate it. Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
And with that, we're going to get back into our women's 135-pound bracket. Now we're going to see Trinity Pun coming back against Rachel Yanis. Both ladies have had plenty of time to recover, almost 3 hours. So even if they had a longer match, they should have plenty of time to kind of get that win back and be ready for our round number 2. We get Trinity Pun out of Orange County FC, Heather Gracie Middletown, and Rachel Yanis out of Veneration Jiu Jitsu. Now that we are done with all the round 1s and our early super fights, we're into our round 2s, our brown and black belt super fights for the rest of the day. So it's all nothing but high level jiu-jitsu from this point on.
Cool. Thanks.
So we're starting with Trinity and Rachel, and then we're going to have Max against Janine. And then we will have Shalia Lindsay making her debut after her bye in the first round against Hannah Guy. And we will have Kristen Walsh against Beatrice Gin. That will be our second round of our women's tournament. In our men's bracket, we will have Nilo Berdinger against Anthony Morales, Ben Schultz against Brandon Wilson, Max Hansen against Tom Higgins, and Jared Appenzeller against Nicholas Creek.
Do they have that?
Trinity Pun, Rachel Yanis.
Again, Trinity Pun, 16-year-old from New York against Rachel Yanis. Rachel's 40, so there's a 24-year age gap in this fight. Both women looked very impressive in their first matches. Trinity, just like our first match, pulls guard immediately. Rachel putting some good pressure forward. Trinity with
really
a closed guard.
Closed guard here. Wow, both
Very
girls
nice high guard. Already
right
getting
to
a
dead orchard here.
Dead orchard position.
Really tight dead orchard.
This could be a quick submission for Trinity.
Already not a position you want to be in.
Rachel Gooding's giving some driving forward pressure, but that arm is isolated.
Armbar.
And that is the tap. What a performance by Trinity, and she is on to our semifinal, and she has used very little energy so far. So
Very
she is
quick
gonna be
submission.
Ready to go. Now we got Maxine Kittner coming back against Janine Mokebar. And again, both ladies had impressive performances in their first matches, and they've had a lot of time to rest, so they should both be ready to go. Maxine looked very dominant in her fight. Janine had a much more of a back and forth match, so this will be an interesting style. See how they've recovered. Maxine, again, representing Chosen Few, and Janine representing Ashwa BJJ.
Next match, Maxine Miller and Janine Mokayer.
So a matchup of a black belt and a brown belt. Max is a brown belt, and she's in the brown rash guard. Janine is a black belt, and she is in the black rash guard. Janine sits just like she did in her first match. Maxine was very controlling and dominant from the top in her first match, so we'll see if she can get through the false sweeps and other attacks that Janine was throwing up in her earlier performance.
Going straight away for a really hard knee cut here.
I'm really a fan of the pressure that Maxine's putting forward in both her fights. She is making their opponents regret being underneath somewhat, but Janine with a really nice false sweep.
Good pressure here to negate that saddle entry.
Yeah. Maxine's hips are really an asset. She's so strong from the top that it's going to be hard to really isolate the legs. It'll be interesting to see if Janine has a secondary style, or if she's going to keep looking to elevate and get underneath the legs. Maxine with a really good knee pressure again. trying to put the pace and the pressure on. Nice entry.
Guard right to a knee bar.
Right into a knee bar, and she gets the tap.
Wow, tight
Beautiful knee bar by Janine. The K guard was there. She elevated Max's hip and immediately brought the hip down. Janine with a beautiful knee bar to move on. And that's 2 quick fights to get our women's bracket started. And we're going to have Trinity Pun against Janine Mokabier in the semifinal. Our next final, we will have Shalia Lindsay coming off her bye in the first round against Hannah Guy. Hannah had a nice win against Natalie Ferris. Shalia is the reigning 145-pound Midwest Finishers champ, so she's coming down to 135 and seeing if she can win 2 titles and be a 2-division champ. She was incredibly impressive in her performance earlier this year when she took the 145-pound title, so I'm excited to see her compete again at the 135. When Hannah has had this much break, sometimes it is an advantage to have your first match already, get those nerves out, get your wind out, and when you've had plenty of time to calm down, we will see if it plays a part in this match.
Our next match, Shalia Lindsay versus Hannah Guy.
Competitor starts standing here. Fighting collar ties.
Hannah with her MMA background does not surprise me. She's confident on her feet when her wrestling. Shalia is a black belt and an experienced, competitive, high-level black belt at that.
She's got that underhook here. Gets that body lock. Gets her down to the mat. Nicely done by Shalia here. Ends up into the closed guard.
We're able to recover that closed guard, not let a pass happen. Shalia immediately with the log split and getting that knee in the middle. Starts setting up that knee cut pass. She used it quite effectively at last Midwest Finishers. She's already getting a nice shoulder flattening. Even though Hannah still has the guard closed, Shalia is able to get the knee through and is really getting good pressure. This should be a pass position.
She's got that underhook here, and she also has the option to backstep here into a leg entry if she chooses to do so.
She can knee cut, she can go to the mount, or she can backstep. She has a lot of options with the control she has. I think this early she's going to opt to put a lot of pressure on Hannah, try to wear her out. And there she's about to pass. She almost opened those legs. She's now setting up an arm triangle. She has a really good bite. Shalia looking very strong from the top, getting some nice ear-to-ear pressure. From here she can use this to pass, submit, mount, or even take the back, depending on how she likes to finish.
Keeping her head on the mat here, not allowing her to recover her elbow.
But Hannah's able to get her arm back and free that arm triangle position. She's still in the side control. She gave up the pass to get the escape, but a much safer position overall than the arm triangle itself. Shalia with a heavy crossface turning Hannah's head away. Shalia now gets an arm isolation. She steps over.
Ooh, right onto the single leg. Ooh, high elbow guillotine attempt here.
The guillotine is tight.
And she gets the tap. Wow.
Shalia Lindsay with a very impressive performance in her first fight of the day, and she is on to the semifinals.
Really nice high elbow guillotine there.
In our final quarterfinal of our women's bracket, we have Kristen Walsh against Beatrice Gin. Both ladies had submissions in regulation in the opening round. Kristen's representing Sarah BJJ. Beatrice is Colgate Bjj. And this is a New Jersey versus Virginia matchup. Beatrice in the all black and navy blue rash guard, Kristen in black rash guard with the purple leggings. Both ladies are purple belts. Beatrice opts to sit right away. Beatrice doing a good job coming in with her legs to try to tie up Kristen. Kristen looking to smash that knee shield, set up some passes. Beatrice looking for that Kimura. Kristen wise to it. Kristen trying to do some side-to-side movement to get Beatrice out of her comfort zone on the bottom, trying to find an angle to enter. Trying to grab that near ankle and come through. Good job of Kristen getting tight and flattening Beatrice out. Bea doing a good job getting a butterfly hook inside to try to relieve some pressure off the pressure. The winner of this match will be our last semifinalist. We'll be taking on Shalia Lindsay. Beatrice doing a good job getting back off the mat. Now entering into a nice ashigarami position and using it to sweep. Kristen sits back for her own leg.
Set up this knee slide here. Good knee shield to negate the pass. Kind of bringing over that reaping leg. Maybe thinking about a false reap here.
Yep, she's got a bite on Beatrice's leg.
Inverting in for the false reap.
Beatrice doing a good job controlling the upper body to try to prevent it. Beatrice uses the head and arm control to get a pass and start to isolate an arm. Kimura grip is there. She has head control. This is a bad position for Kristen, great position for Beatrice. Beatrice is able to step over for the armbar or finish the Kimura here. She separates the arm, gets it behind.
Ooh,
Kristen is flexible to not be tapping already. And
there
there it
is
is.
the tap.
Beatrice with a really nice submission, and she moves into our semifinals. So our women's semifinals are now set. Trinity Pun against Janine Mokibier and Shalia Lindsay against Beatrice Gin.
And that takes care of our quarterfinals here for the women's bracket. Give
Now-
the women time to rest.
And now we are in our men's 170 quarterfinals as well. Again, we have Nilo Beringer from Adamus Jiu Jitsu against Anthony Morales from J. Page's Jiu Jitsu. We're going to have Ben Schultz against Brandon Wilson. We're going to have Max Hansen against Tom Higgins and Jared Appenzeller against Nicholas Green.
We'll be taking a 10-minute intermission here. So we'll be back here with the action in 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Bjj's Jiu Jitsu. And both guys had tough victories in the first round. Nilo by armbar and Anthony by finish in EBI overtime.
Stalking him down.
Anthony, just like in his first fight, with some really heavy pressure on the feet, trying to use some wrestling to really get his opponents out of their game. Nilo looks very well prepared for this. Nilo pulls. Anthony jumps right in.
Looking to get straight to the action here. Diving in for a knee cut. Nilo using that shin to shin, trying to create a scramble here.
Nilo with some just kind of relaxed open guard play. Anthony just driving in with knees and heads and arms.
Ends up in the closed guard here.
He spent a lot of his first round match in the closed guard, kind of body locking. Interesting to see if he has a different or similar strategy. Nilo with a beautiful sweep attempt. Anthony clearly a very strong physical competitor, just kind of bowls his way through that sweep attempt. On paper, this is kind of looking like a strength versus, kind of flowing jiu-jitsu kind of game. Top pressure and strength from Anthony. Some kind of like flowing bottom jiu-jitsu from Nilo. Opening his guard, but not really giving too much space. Not trying to crawl up a little bit. Nilo showing some good flexibility, getting an angle. Now closing a triangle from the guard. Using that to try to climb to the back for the armbar.
Great an angle here. Beautiful.
Very nice armbar. Nilo with a really nice armbar.
Won his first match by armbar here, so looking for a second one here.
He looks very relaxed, listening to his corner.
Very close instruction here from Dante Leon, ADCC veteran.
Nilo's starting to slowly separate those hands. Anthony, obviously a very strong guy, keeping those hands in and not letting the arms come apart. Nilo opts to bring the shin in to create some space.
Gets the extension, finishes the armbar.
And gets the tap. Impressive performance from Nilo. Anthony looks like his arm is a little banged up, hopefully, or he might have popped a rib, it looks like. Hopefully it's nothing serious, and he'll be able to be training again soon. Nilo Groener is our first semifinalist with a beautiful armbar and a beautiful mullet. In our second quarterfinal, we have Ben Schultz going up against Brandon Wilson. Brandon with a really nice performance against Blake Classman, my co-commentator. And his first match went in the EBI with an armbar. Ben Schultz also won with an armbar in his EBI. So both had a long, tough matches, both with submissions in overtime.
Two very physical athletes here.
Our next match is Ben Schultz versus Brandon Wilson.
Ben is our in the yellow. Brandon is in the black and brown. Brandon is a brown belt from Assembly Jiu-Jitsu and Detroit Jiu-Jitsu. Ben, I believe, is still a blue belt from Primal Milwaukee, but blue belt does not really, not your average blue belt, to say the least. Brandon immediately pulls and starts isolating. Both guys had a lot of leg entries and leg attacks in their first round matches, so it'll be interesting to see if either one will be getting the advantage in these leg positions.
Brandon Wilson having David Garmo here in his corner, giving him instructions. He's got a Kimura.
Use that to
lifting
sweep
him
with a
over.
nice sweep. This is a dangerous position for Ben. Brandon being a very high level and very strong athlete. He's in a very, very controlling position to both take the back, look for the Kimura, set up the reverse triangle.
For that Kimura trap, maybe possibly trying to get a reverse triangle here of some sorts.
Ben's looking to do a good job trying to clear the legs so he can pop his head free and posture out of this attack.
Ben did a good job defending this in his previous match in a very similar position multiple times. And
he's able to take his arm out. Very nice escape by Ben. Been showing a real aptitude of defending. He defended a lot of leg locks in the first fight, some arm locks here.
He's going straight away for the leg entanglement here.
He's a nice angle on a kind of a reverse Aoki lock.
He's going right for that straight ankle.
Brandon looks to be in a little pain there. He's trying to bring the feet in. And Ben gets the tap with a very nice footlock. And Ben is going to be our second semifinalist. Ben Schultz will be taking on Milo Berger in our first semifinal.
Nice
We are now
there from
into
Ben
our
Schultz.
third quarterfinal. We have Max Hansen from Adamus Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, Pedigo Submission Fighting, against Tom Higgins from 10th Planet Lombard, Higgins Conspiracy, and Team Natural Wrestling Club. Again, both had submissions in their opening round matches. Both are brown belts. This will be a fun one for the fans. Again, Tom being a local 10th Planet Lombard product, he's going to have the crowd and the gym on his side. Max being a world-class, highly seasoned competitor, that should not bother him in the least.
Our next match is Max Hansen versus Tom Higgins.
Max immediately sits. Tom trying to control those legs. As we saw in his first fight, Max is a very, very active competitor from the bottom. He'll wrestle up, he'll attack legs, trying to get in on Tom's legs. Tom
Very
throws
intense
it back.
pace here right out of the gate.
Tom immediately in an over-under. Max trying to not settle. Shooting triangle up, looking for legs.
Right away getting into his closed guard position here.
So Tom weather a few early attacks in his first fight before getting a good top position and getting a Kimura. Max climbing that high guard up. Max looking for a little K-guard action, it seems. Tom being wise to it. Max now inverting through to come up for the sweep. He may try to jump on the back from here, but Tom gets his back to the floor to prevent it. Max looking for a body lock. He's able to use it to pass and then mount.
Right to the mount position.
Tom defends well.
Tom defending, going for the Kimura.
Max gets back control. He now has one hook. It's hard for us to see. He may have a body triangle. I believe he does. Max has a
Tom
really...
in some trouble early on here.
Max kind of going arm to arm.
Aggressively fighting here.
He now has the body triangle locked in fully after he switched sides. And now he has a lot of time to work. Tom needs a hand fight. Max going for a little bit of a face crank, and as he's trying to fight his right arm under once Tom clears.
So it looks like he may be under the chin slightly. Tom defends well there. Good hand fighting.
Tom doing a good job not letting him get under the chin. Max looks very relaxed, knowing he's in a good control. He has the good cross grips, straight jack kind of grip. It's going to be hard for Tom to escape with that grip locked in.
A lot of time left here to work.
Hips a little bit to the left. Put him flat on his back. You're ready to turn right. Put him more onto his back. Put him more onto his back. You're ready to turn right. Keep putting him onto his back. Put him onto his back.
Tom doing a nice job hand fighting, but not really getting any success actually getting his hips or shoulders free from the back. But he's surviving. Max now climbs the leg over, trapping an arm, looking for an arm lock or a reverse triangle.
Got the reverse triangle here.
We might see a bent arm lock from the reverse triangle.
Manages to fight the arm.
And now a triangle.
Transitioning the triangle.
And he gets the arm bar. Max Hansen with a beautiful arm bar from the back triangle position. Moving into our semifinal. Another submission win for Max Hansen. We have one more quarterfinal left. This one will be between Jared Appenzeller and Nicholas Creighton. The winner of that will face Max Hansen in the semis. For our Quarterfinals are just zooming through.
Our next match is Jared Eppenzeller versus Nicholas Creighton.
Jared had a long, kind of hard-fought match in his first match against Ramsey Bugarin. Nicholas had a much faster, quicker match, but again, they both had quite a bit of time to recover, so we'll see how the extra long match affects Jared. Nick right in on the legs, right in on the heel. Jared defending. This is a deep position. Jared looked pretty comfortable in his leg lock defense in his first match, and I know he has quite a few leg lock victories in competition, so this seems to be something he's used to. But Nick has a really good bite and in a great position early on.
Seems to have a game plan, going straight for the attack here.
Jared doing a good job using his free leg to start prying the shoulder off, freeing the elbow line, and now connecting his feet. From this double outside ashi, this just seems like a good way to clear and start defending, but he still has to get the leg free or he's still going to be in trouble.
Appears to have the bite here. The grimacing face here. There it is.
And Nicholas gets another quick submission, and he is on to our semifinal, and he will face Max Hansen. So incredibly fast matches in our quarters after a much longer opening round matches. All our semifinalists should be ready to go and be well rested. We're now going to have a couple super fights to give our tournament competitors a little bit more break.
Looks like we've got a black belt super fight. We got Adam Fritz out of 10 Planet Richmond against LaQuinn Swift from Valco BJJ.
Quinn Swift is a well-respected black belt from Chicagoland. He competes a lot in a lot of different rule sets. Great wrestling background and MMA background. He's a head MMA coach at EKF in the city.
Our next match is a super fight between Adam Fritz and LaQuinn Smith.
Adam Fritz is a black belt from 10th Planet Richmond, out of Richmond, Kentucky. He's a black belt finisher, super fight winner. Very experienced competitor, as is Quinn. Very different styles, so this should be a fun one on paper. Thank you.
Wouldn't be surprised here to see Adam pull straight away as he does.
Quinn with a much more wrestling base. Adam, obviously 10th Planet black belt. I would not be surprised if Adam is looking to get underneath and look to isolate legs.
I've seen Adam compete at a few local tournaments, have some really good success, really good leg locker. And can't help but notice that Quinn does have a couple ankle braces on. Not sure, maybe he has some sort of an ankle injury on one of his ankles. I'll be interested to see if Adam targets the legs here, as I imagine he will. Playing a loose De La Hiva here, looking to invert straight through. And pulls him straight into the closed guard here. Looks to have, looking to underhook a leg here to escape. Gets right into a leg entanglement here. Won't be surprised to see him go straight into a leg. Looking for a leg drag here. Doesn't phase Adam. Adam leg pummeling.
Q has a very good guillotine and head and arm choke kind of game from the top, especially when guys try to turtle wrestle up. So I'd be surprised if he's trying to cut through and pass. Try to get Adam to prevent that pass and look for the head and arm. May also be looking to jump over and look for that arm lock or the guillotine or the Kimuras from here. Dives in with some nice pressure, bringing his right knee in for that knee cut position. Q doing a good job controlling the legs once they get close to not let Adam try to invert underneath. I think Adam's going to try to circle that left leg over the top to try to, again, look for that K-guard or look for some nice leg entries to invert.
Looking for a quick dummy sweep there. Marcelo Garcia specialty. And Quinn looking to hunt the head here. But Adam does have he did have a butterfly hook and is inverting here to negate this head and arm attack.
Quinn with nice control of the head. He may be able to use this as a pass and gets to the mount position.
Gets to the mount position here. He has seems to have a really tight grip on the neck here.
It's hard from our angle to see how tight the grip was, but he's got a clearly good bite if Adam gave up his position. Adam's face is getting a little red underneath from what we can see.
Looks like Adam may be out of immediate danger at this point, but not out of the woods yet, as Quinn could transition this to an Americana Darce, Japanese necktie, any kind of head and arm variation here. Looking to step over here. Maybe Peruvian necktie.
Very nice.
He's going right for the Peruvian. Uses it maybe as a back exposure. Really well defended here by Adam.
Beautiful attack sequence by Q, though. Very nice. Chaining the head and arm choke sequences, creating big reactions.
Yeah, really close on that Peruvian necktie.
Good job. Good job.
So we are back to a neutral position here. Adam calculating, understanding that Quinn does have quite a bit of head and arm game here, so he may be a little less keen on getting into a position where that may be an option for Quinn again. Maybe trying to play on the outside here, trying to get some elevation, some kazushis from the outer side. Quinn kind of circling, kind of catching his breath a little bit here. Little break in the action.
This match has a lot of ebbs and flows where they slow down and then explode for a few submission attempts and then kind of get back to a nice slow pace.
Little over 5 minutes here left in the match, about halfway through here. A lot of good exchanges here.
Both guys have had really nice moments. And again, being a non-tournament match, neither guy has to worry about subsequent matches. They can kind of really push the pace, hopefully, in this match. Not saving anything. Again, Q looks for the head and dives through. Adam's able to get the legs in between to separate. We're halfway through. Quinn being really smart, controlling the distance. Trying to stay outside of Adam's attack range until he's ready to enter. Not afraid to take a step back. Can lead to a little bit slower pass with the match, but it is keeping him really safe and keeping him in control. And as Adam's trying to come inside, it's giving him good options to look for those head and arm options.
Not a ton of engagement here. Both competitors seeming to respect each other's game quite a bit here. And Quinn going for a nice pass here. Really gets himself into a good position. Maybe looking for a north-south choke here of some kind.
Yeah, like I said, Q doing really good with the distance. Staying too far outside, and then when he's ready, he comes in, puts the pressure on, set up his passes or head and arm attacks. Very smart strategy against a dangerous leg locker and guard player like Adam. Adam doing a really good job trying to recover, keep his head free.
Good explosions here. Quinn knowing that if he did try to put the pressure in as he was recovering there was a chance he would fall into an attack of his own there, so really good job with that awareness and resetting the position. Okay, we got about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the match here. Still a lot of time for things to happen. Both competitors appear to be kind of taking a breather here, just kind of recomposing themselves.
Off balance.
And gets
Nice
a
entry
deep
by
leg
Adam.
entry here.
Able to
And does find the
leg.
inside Senkaku position here. Got the double trouble, looking for a finish here.
Quinn able to hand fight, and it seems like he got the knee
Quinn
line
is
free.
able to escape here. Exposes his back briefly, but manages to escape the position.
Quinn
Really-
decides to take off one of his ankle sleeves.
Really, really well done. Looks like Adam may possibly have hurt his hand, or maybe he was adjusting his ring. Kind of saw him playing with his left hand there.
Then both guys keep getting these kind of deep entries in really good moments. Both guys are able to escape, kind of neutralize each other.
Going for a leg entry of his own here. Adam does not look very phased by this leg entry. Pulls it over to 50-50 here, so now this could be anybody's leg lock. In this 50-50 position, both guys have the
starting to get
same
heel exposure. He's able to keep the knee line in this time. This is the best leg bite I think he's had so far.
And is really kind of pulling through here. Maybe looking to switch this into an 80-20 position here.
Or 79-21 possibly.
And here he goes.
Gets the leg
He does
exposure.
get the leg exposed here. He's inverting straight through here. Let's see if he can get a bite on the heel. Hard to see what's happening from
He's
this point.
starting to now unlock the legs, but the leg is exposed.
And he does look to have a bite here. He does have a bite. He's got a bite. It's hard to see what's going on here.
Every time he seems to get his bite, Q's able to grab a wrist to unlock the hands.
Really, really good leg lock defense here from Quinn. Good leg lock attacks here from Adam. Really back and forth match here. About 1:30 left to go. As we get closer to the end of regulation, you may see both competitors kind of pace themselves here as we are getting close to the overtime rounds.
And I'm now diving under, trying to pull that heel back through and isolate Q's leg, and he gets
Invert
it.
straight through. Does look like he almost had a bite on the heel
Yeah.
there.
Looks to the backside. Could turn into a knee bar position here.
Trying to transition to a knee bar.
But
It looks
the
like his knee
has
line's
been lost.
knee line's out.
Q is out.
Really, really well done. We got 1 minute left here to work,
1 minute.
and it'll be kind of hard to see, you know, if anybody's really going to be going for a Hail Mary at this point, or if we're just going to conserve energy for overtime.
Yeah, they both have games where they get quickly in on each other, into the head and arm for Q or to the legs for Adam, but neither has been able to really control it. And this late in the match and this sweaty, it may be a tough option.
Yeah, if I was Q here, I mean, you got to give the advantage to the 10th Planet guy going into overtime, EBI overtime. That is something that I know a lot of the 10th Planet guys drill on a very regular basis. So, and I'm probably happy to go into those waters if we do get there.
Right, Adam does seem to have his left arm just kind of on his body, like you mentioned, like he may have injured his left arm a little bit. He seems to be kind of hiding it. And if you go into overtime, if that arm is a little banged up, it may be hard for him to control the body locks or control the arms. You wonder if Q...
And it's time.
You wonder if Q notices that, because if he does, he may want to take a spider web and attack that left arm.
Yeah.
I don't know if Q has anyone coaching him who's going to notice that issue, if there is even an issue there. But from our vantage point, it looks like he's favoring it. We'll see how he uses it during this overtime.
And here we go. We're going to probably look for a body triangle straight away. There we go. Adam being the long competitor here. Very easy to get the body triangle. Q is in a position where he's going to need to start escaping. Looks like Adam is unlocking the triangle, trying to isolate an arm here, maybe looking for some sort of a triangle from the back. Isolate an arm, trying to fight the choke. It does look like Adam is trying to pin Quinn's right arm here. Look for Adam to unlock his triangle and try to bring his right leg over Quinn's right arm to trap it. It seems to be what he's looking for here.
Now he looks like he has a decent fight, but Quinn's able to pull it down.
And with this body triangle in place, it's going to be very, very difficult for Quinn to get his back to the mat, for him to be able to escape. So he's going to have to figure out a way to address this body triangle.
He needs to move those hips, and he needs to start using those legs to start peeling. With his legs just posted like they are, it's very hard to put pressure into the body triangle. But obviously the thread, the choke, is his main concern at this moment.
We're about a minute into ride time here, about 1 minute to go. The max is 2 minutes of ride time for each overtime round. If there's no submission after 3 overtime rounds, then we go to the who accumulated the most ride time. So this ride time is very precious for Adam if no submission does happen.
You always question, too, how tired the defensive players getting, so when they have to go immediately start attacking, are their arms too tired from defending the choke to really have a good offense? Obviously, it can go both ways. We have 20 seconds left. So at this point, Adam's kind of got to decide, is he going to really try to finish here or just kind of ride it out and get his 2 minutes relaxed so that he has some energy for the defensive round?
Yeah, at this point, I can't imagine much happening. Looks like we're going to reach the 2 minutes of ride time here. We'll get Quinn to switch to either spiderweb or the back here.
see if Quinn notices the arm.
And are we opting for spiderweb or are we opting for a back control here? Looks like we are opting for a spiderweb here. So interesting.
It seems to be Adam's right arm, which was the one that was not bothering him.
Yeah.
But still, that would hurt his grip if it is. Again, lots of spider webs today.
Here we go. And he's out.
That was about 5 seconds. So the ride time is
If that.
definitely big for Adam.
So if Quinn does make it to the next round of overtime, I'd imagine he would probably try the back at that point. But once again, this EBI overtime is something that a lot of the 10th Planet competitors do drill regularly, so not a surprise to see Adam ahead so far here.
And the ride time will not matter at all if there is a submission. Only is coming into play if there are no submissions in any of the overtimes.
Oh, and it looks like
Adam's getting under the chin, but Quinn's hand fighting.
good
He's able
hand
to clear
fighting.
his chin.
And Adam does manage to keep his head on the bottom side here. And we are on the control side. So this is going to be a very difficult position for Quinn to escape. Quinn's going to have to get his head to the other side. Okay, Quinn's head is now on the other side. So Quinn's going to look to try to get his back flat to the mat. But with that body triangle in place, it's going to be very difficult for Quinn to do what he needs to do to escape this position.
He needs to be more active with his legs to try to clear that body triangle and start peeling with his feet. Escaping that body triangle without your feet is a very, very hard task, especially against a seasoned black belt like Adam, who understands this position so well.
And this seems to be the story of this overtime period, where Quinn doesn't seem to have a very good answer for this body triangle. These long, lengthy guys like that, it can be very difficult to escape the body triangle.
Yeah, Adam just doing a good job switching side to side. He looks very patient. He's not trying to force a submission and give Q any escape. He's just trying to slowly find those hands.
Oh, and he's looking to trap the arm. It looks like he may have... Oh, Quinn did a good job fighting the hands there, not allowing him to trap the arm. And it looks like...
He's the inside body triangle.
Looks like Quinn is able to negate the body triangle from happening. Let's see. Quinn now needs to get his head on the other side of Adam's head to get his back flat to the mat. Adam's head being where it is going to make it difficult for Quinn to get his back to the mat. And we do reach our max amount of ride time. Another 2 minutes, full ride time.
4 minutes of ride time for Adam.
Adam does appear to really be babying that left hand.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going on, if he maybe
Yeah.
sprained a finger or something, or
I popped an elbow in a scramble. It's hard to say.
it's hard to say what happened.
Adam already getting a good angle.
And Quinn opting to go for the arm triangle, so he is not out of the woods yet.
Yeah,
Quinn,
he has to clear his right elbow to be out of the position. As long as the right elbow is trapped, it is not an escape.
and so even though we are in what appears to be half guard, he still has an arm triangle here. And so if Quinn does get the finish here, the ride time will not matter.
It looks like a tight position.
Looks very, very, very tight from here. And this is kind of a Hail Mary from Quinn, knowing that he's down on ride time. He really has to work for this submission.
Adam has to know that he just needs to free that elbow, and he's out. And he's got.
And he's
There
out.
it is. Very,
Very,
good job,
very
Adam.
tight.
Tight submission.
And,
We got one more overtime. Ride time is pretty much irrelevant now because Adam's got that locked up. It's really about submissions.
Quinn probably used quite a bit of arm gas in the tank
And now
there.
a smart choice to go to spiderweb.
Interesting.
Since he knows Q can't really win the ride time, and he just used his arms.
And here we go. Adam going straight in. He's going to go for the bicep slicer
Go for
here.
the crush.
And if he does miss the bicep slicer, it's going to force Quinn to let go of his arm where he can transition to the arm bar here. So a lot of pressure, and he's out.
Quinn snaps his arm free.
Okay, so at this point, Quinn needs a submission, or likely he will be losing just due to the accumulated overtime that Adam
The only way
has.
he can win this fight is getting a submission in this overtime period. His Vietnam behind almost 4 minutes.
And so he is opting for the back control here, once again.
Adam has to know his goal is just, again, keep going for the head and arm again, but Adam this
Adam
time
is
able to
out,
get free.
and Adam taking a victory in a very, very hard-fought
I
match.
think Adam kind of knew the strategy in that last round. He knew he was going to go for the arm triangle, was able to just wait for it to happen. And Adam's going to get that victory in the super fight by ride time. Adam Fritz with the winner.
Really, really nicely done there by Adam. Again, you know, an EBI overtime. It does favor the 10th Planet guys. Very well done. Good fought match from Quinn. Nothing to hang your head on that at all.
So now we're going to have another super fight. This one between Tyler Grzelski of Lake County BJJ and Brad Schneider of Adamus Jiu Jitsu, Pedigo Submission Fighting. Both are two experienced competitive brown belts.
Well, is it your hand?
Looks like Adam may have broken his hand as we figure. His hand is getting iced immediately, but he was able to gut it through and get the victory with the overtime, even one-handed. So great performance and great grit from him.
So this next match, we've got Tyler and Brad. Both guys very tall, very lengthy competitors. Both guys actually have a very good crucifix game too, so expect to see that on the plate for this.
Brad actually has his own BJJ Fanatics on the crucifix called Crucifier. So if you want to learn some of his crucifix game, you go there. He is a fight to win brown belt champ. And he's 6-0 in the fight to win promotion, so he is obviously a very seasoned. Tyler has competed all over the country, spent a lot of time training with Barry Yoshida. He's competed in a lot of rule sets, so this should be an interesting and kind of even matchup.
So we are just wiping the mats here, getting the mats ready for our next competitors.
There's a little blood on the mat.
And so we have this super fight, and we have one more super fight after that, and then
We're
gonna go into the semifinals after that.
Semifinals, yes.
Shout out to Omar Ocasio for putting on fantastic shows. These shows seem to keep getting better and better each time we're out. Each one of these. This is Midwest Finishers 6. So each time it's gotten better and better, so it's good to see. Thanks to Omar for putting all this together.
Grzelski versus Brad Schneider.
And we are off.
Tyler representing Lake County BJJ Checkmat. Brad representing Adamus Jiu Jitsu Pedigo Submission Fighting.
And so we are underway here.
Tyler sits
Tyler
immediately.
sits in aggressively, going straight in for a leg lock.
Brad immediately trying to stack pass, trying to prevent that leg entry. Again, both being so long. Oh,
Oh,
Tyler
right
with
into
the
a triangle.
right away. Brad sitting back. He's going to probably try to bring the legs on top to peel the triangle out. Brad looks relaxed, even though he's caught in
Both
the
guys
triangle.
very long and lanky here. Okay,
Triangle.
so right out the gate, we are in a very interesting entanglement here, and it's going to end up with Brad on top here in the north-south position. So right out the gate, very, very explosive. Now these guys looking to get this to the overtime period. And Brad establishing his top position here. And Tyler Grzelski does have the buggy choke in his arsenal as one of his moves, so keep an eye out for that here as well.
As you speak of it, I think he was shooting it up there.
I think he was. And having trained with Tyler before, he's comfortable here. He's not, doesn't panic when he's giving up position, so he's going to work to fight to get his guard back.
Brad looking very relaxed, trying to analyze the position, figure out his opening.
Tyler getting his frames back in between and looks to establish his guard. Brad keeps his body in an inverted position, looking to cut the corner here to pass, and does establish the pass again.
Tyler keeping his hands together to try to prevent the arm locks. But as I speak, Brad
Going straight in for an armbar here, and then there's the tap with the armbar.
Beautiful performance by Brad Schneider. Very nice arm lock against a very tough opponent.
Great match there.
Brad looked very good. Tyler had some good submission attempts early, but Brad weathered the storm and was able to implement his game plan. Very strong performance from Brad Schneider. We got one more super fight with Steve Rodriguez from Wanderlei Jiu Jitsu and Resurgence MMA against Edward Jackson of the Fit to Defend Academy.
Pretty big age gap here, as Edward, I believe, is 43, 44 years old, but definitely doesn't look it. Going against
26.
Going against the younger competitor, you say 26?
She's 26.
So 26 versus 45 here, so definitely a big age gap here.
Steve is a MMA fighter as well, with 11 MMA fights on his record. So obviously he comes for he has a very deep mixed martial arts knowledge as well as jiu-jitsu. Being a brown belt from a tough team like Wanderlei Jiu Jitsu.
And here we go.
Expect a good game.
Heavy collar ties here. And we're looking to peel it off, maybe get a Russian tie of some sort. Steve appearing to be the larger of the competitors here. Going right for an arm drag.
Nice drag to trip and responds very well.
Just kind of feeling him out there. Didn't quite seem to commit completely to that.
And looking to snap the head down a little bit. Both guys are looking for a lot of wrist control, looking for some arm drags, looking for some 2-on-1s, looking for that inside head position. Steve's able to snap head down a little bit. Again, as the bigger and younger guy, wearing it out with some head positioning and some heavy pressure is not a bad idea. Again, in a non-tournament fight where you're not leaving anything in the gas tank for a second or third match, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit quick pace from these guys, even though they're bigger competitors. Seeing some good pummeling on the inside by both guys. Both guys trying to be heavy on the head.
Edward wanting to keep it here on the feet. Neither guy looking to pull guard here. Both guys clearly coming in with the mentality of working from the top position.
Again, after this super fight, we will be going into our semifinals.
Heavy collar tie here. And guys, they're still seeming to feel each other out. Knowing that this is a 10-minute match, I wouldn't expect to see guys blowing their gas tank here too early on. Both pretty conservative approaches from both guys here.
Yeah, you're interested to see who really takes the first big step forward, whether someone's going to pull or really go for a shot or a big snap down. Steve looked to change levels a little bit, but Ed snuffed that out pretty quickly.
Very physical match.
Yeah. Both have seemed like very similar strategies of controlling the head, looking for little snatch singles, looking for inside trips, and they now have the legs laced. Ed comes up for the single. He's got to look for the Kimura trap. He was a little bit lazy on grabbing that single leg. Steven now has that good Kimura trap position. Ed controlling inside his own leg. He's going to try to lock hands together once Steve clears his leg. Steve's going to try to come on top. We may see a crucifix here. And Ed's able to clear his arm.
He's able to clear his arm here. Accepts the north-south position, losing the battle, not the war. Now we're working on a top side control position. Ed looking to recover his guard here. Opts to turtle, giving the back exposure, confident that he's going to be able to reestablish some sort of a neutral position off of this. Not giving the crucifix here.
Nice back take from Steve.
Very nice back take from here. Edward does have some very good back defense from here, so can't imagine it's going to be a very quick finish at this point, but you never know. His feet are crossed here.
Ed needs to move his feet a little bit and start moving his hips away.
You still got about 6 minutes left to work.
Steve has plenty of time to work this position. Ed trying to get his hips free. He's got one hip free. He's going to be trying to frame the head away and get his other hip away. We may see a twister.
Looks like
Steve is looking.
he's going for that twister.
Looking for a twister. And it has to expose his
right
back.
into a rear naked choke.
Ed's able to get the hand in. Steve's trying to lock the hands. He now
And he
gets
does-
the arm
he does have the
behind.
figure four.
This looks like a finish coming up.
And there's our tap.
Steve gets the finish. Very nice finish by Steve. Beautiful use of the twister to get Ed to give his back into the body position to take pressure off the spine and then setting out his choke. Steve with a very nice finish here.
Very well done.
And that's going to take us into our women's semifinals, where we are going to have Trinity Pun fighting against Janine Mokabier, and we're going to have Shalia Lindsay taking on Beatrice Gin. All four of the remaining ladies have obviously looked great today, really pushing the pace, getting a lot of submissions. Trinity, again, is 16 years old, already a highly seasoned competitor. And she's taking on a black belt in Janine, who has looked very good today. Both showing great submission games. This will be both have shown a capacity to start the game looking for leg locks. So it'll be interesting to see if this turns into a leg lock shootout.
Trinity has not used a lot of energy in her past matches, so she will be relatively fresh for this match. And this will be an interesting match, stylistically. Look for Janine to keep working those leg entanglements. Probably going to pull right out the gate. And Janine does opt for the guard pull straight away. Trinity not going in, seeing her previous matches, being a little bit cautious here on how she wants to enter into this guard.
Both ladies are definitely seasoned in leg locks, and it'll be interesting to see if Trinity is confident in passing and letting her legs stay there to be free.
Interesting leg pummeling here. From the looks of it, it looks like Trinity is more looking to defend this position, stay out of danger, maybe reestablish, come up on top, and look to pass. Janine obviously very comfortable exchanging leg locks here. And just size-wise, Janine looks like she does have a little bit of a physical advantage here. So
yeah, she looks like a very physical 135-pounder.
Looking on that false reap.
Again, she showed it earlier in the day. She looks very strong with that position. But Trinity does a good job keeping her knee free. No panic in this position.
Trinity looking for a safe way to come on top, knowing that when she does come on top, it's likely that there's going to be some sort of a counter attack here.
Both ladies showing great patience. Neither is trying to force anything too much, waiting for the right opportunity. Definitely a more deliberate pace from both in this semifinal than they were in their quarterfinals or opening round matches. They have a great respect for each other, you can tell.
Janine bringing that leg into a dangerous Estima position, knowing that she's relatively probably safe utilizing that kind of a game plan.
Seems like Trinity may be waiting for the right time just to pull Janine's leg into her own leg entanglement.
A little bit of a stalemate here is Janine's looking to enter on the leg, but Trinity's playing a game from the outside here. Very, very weary of where her leg positioning is, not wanting to get caught sleeping at any moment.
So interested if either lady's going to opt to a new strategy here.
Janine looking to enter into the legs here. Enters into a half guard Nishio position, very common position in Jiu Jitsu. And Trinity, in her previous matches, very forward pressing, very, very aggressive, but having seen Janine's matches before, obviously need to be a lot more careful entering and figuring out how to pass the complicated guard here of Janine.
Obviously, Trinity also showed a lot of success from her guard in her earlier fights. Now being on the top or double guard pole position, it changes her game a little bit, clearly.
We still have a little over halfway of the match left here. Oh, and Janine
finally gets
does
connection
look
with the
like she
leg.
has a deep leg entry here, has a deep control on the knee line. Working to try to get a bite on the inside here. Does get the reaping leg across. So this is exactly where Janine wants to be and exactly what Trinity was trying to avoid.
Trinity's pulling that leg back in as Janine tries to pull it, and she locks a triangle so that she's going to be harder for her to clear it.
Janine maintains that inside Senkaku position. And Trinity just kind of trying to keep her legs close to her, not letting Janine extend the legs away from her. Smartly defending here, keeping the legs triangled.
Now the rear naked choke grip on Janine's free arm to make it harder for her to reposition and dig those arms. Always a good strategy, but Janine's able to clear that rear naked choke grip on the arm.
And Janine doesn't quite have that reaping leg threaded all the way through.
Trinity now trying to counterlap with her own attacks, looking for a little Estima action there to get her leg free.
Very good leg attack there. Even if the attack didn't work, it was able to get a response out of Janine so she can get her legs free.
I'm interested to see if we see a different option or a different idea from Trinity, maybe passing with some distance, trying to jump past the guard or control the low ankle and try to pass on the outside.
And Trinity very, very cautious on how she wants to approach this. Looking to pass left leg forward a little bit. Janine not really phased by the pass attempt.
Trinity now getting a little deeper in her passing position, actually getting a knee on the inside, and now she's starting to look for that Estima on Janine. Janine's trying to pull her back in with some grips on the arms.
And Janine looked like she may have wanted to come on top there briefly, but opts to stay on her.
I think quickly decided that she'd rather stay in her guard where she's been controlling the match a little bit.
Looks like Trinity almost wants Janine to kind of come on top here.
I think she does. I think she's more comfortable in her guard, and I think that'll allow her to get to more of her game. I think Janine knows that, and that the fact that she's kind of controlling this guard position is keeping her kind of safe and keeping her in a position where she's the one doing most of the attacking. Trinity's doing a good job, but she's mainly defending and clearing and throwing up some counters to free herself out, but she's not really getting any control positions. And Janine could have came up easily in that position, but
oh, very deep leg entry here from Janine. This is exactly what she was looking for. Seizes the moment. It's kind of hard to see if she gets the leg entanglement. This is Trinity's longest match by far of the day.
Yep.
So definitely getting into much deeper waters than she was before. She seems to be defending well from here.
Her knee line may be coming free.
Yeah, knee line's not quite free just yet. Trying to push it back into 50-50. It manages to get her knee line out so she is safe.
Janine trying to retract that leg and pull it back in, but Trinity does not let that happen. So we're well past the halfway mark now. 3 minutes left. We're getting into that realm where we start thinking about overtime. Who's going to be more experienced in the overtime? Janine's already been in an overtime situation today. Trinity has not, so we've already seen that Janine is good here.
We've got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here. It's kind of hard to see from this position if she has the knee line controlled. Trinity manages to get her leg out, manages to escape, coming into a top position here. And we are getting reset here by the referee.
Can't be much more than 2 minutes left.
And this is quite the match so far.
And this where you start wondering if Trinity is going to change it. If she has something else in her game, there's not a lot of time left. This would be the time to pull out a different passing strategy, maybe jumping through the guard. Same with Janine, she may decide if she wants to opt to wrestle up and get in on the legs to get a deeper bite.
And as tempting as it may be to try to fly through the guard, knowing that Janine's leg locks are so quick, may cause Trinity some hesitation into playing that kind of a style.
Both ladies trying to get entries in the legs, but neither were able to pull a knee line in. Janine came up for half a second. Now she's actually opting to come up for the first time throughout this match, trying to pull in the leg. Trey spins underneath, and then we're back to the double sit position or the double guard position. Clearly, neither lady really wants to be the passer very much.
Looks like Janine's trying to maybe set up a false sweep here.
She's able to bring the leg over, but is she going to be able to elevate Trinity's hip?
Yeah. And Janine's probably going to look to invert here to try to get into that false sweep, try to get the elevation, but Trinity staying on her butt does not allow Janine to be able to invert underneath her, which she needs to do to get to that leg.
Especially with her left arm controlling Janine's right leg, that's going to make the inversion very challenging. There's just under a minute left, so we're most likely going to go to the overtime here. Tree looking for a little bit of an Aoki-like, but not really, just controlling the foot. Janine trying to wedge that leg out to get that false sweep entry, but Trinity seems to be too controlling of her lower ankle to not let that.
May possibly be thinking of a calf slicer here.
It's possible. Against someone this flexible, it's going to be sometimes hard to get that slice, but.
Yeah, likely nothing going to be happening here in the remainder of regulation. Looks like we're going to be heading into our EBI overtime. 4 seconds left here. And Trinity extracts herself, and
that is our regulation. So we are in overtime.
And we are flipping the coin to see and it looks like Trinity won the coin toss, but she chooses to defend first. And Janine opts for the back position here to start our EBI overtime.
And I know Trinity has competed in EBI-style tournaments, finished tournaments before, so she must, I would be shocked if she does not have good experience playing with our EBI overtime rounds. We've seen Janine already do an EBI round.
And it looks like she's not quite out. She has to clear her right elbow.
The head and arm looks tight.
It looks like,
and now I think
it's close. It was close. Yes.
Janine was able to keep the elbow there.
Little questionable. Not kind of hard to tell from our angle if the elbow was out.
Glad I don't have to ref and make that decision. So.
And it does look like that Janine. Yeah, that's a tight arm triangle here.
Trinity having to push that arm through.
And Janine really putting on the squeeze here. Trinity getting a little bit desperate.
This has to be a good amount of squeeze on Janine's arms, and as we get into the later rounds, because even if she gets a submission here, Trinity will be defending.
Oh, and it looks like
Trinity's going to take the back to try to escape.
Yeah, but she
until
needs to
she
get
clears
that elbow
the elbow
escape.
out, and it's not an escape.
And Janine's, I'm sure, using a ton of energy
This
trying
will
to
be
maintain
interesting
that.
to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Janine looks as tired from the attack as Trinity does.
Yeah, very nice attack. Very good escape by Trinity, keeping her composure in those deep waters.
It seemed like she shifted enough here and there just to create space to just survive.
Yeah, very well done. And now, right away, Trinity looking in for that body triangle. And Janine already taking the body triangle to the correct side if she's looking to escape. And so Trinity's going to either look to switch the body triangle or take her back to the left. Janine is in a good spot to escape here. She's getting her back flat to the mat, and she's out.
And she escapes. So Janine definitely had a longer ride time in that first round, but we still have up to 2 more rounds. So we're opting for a spider web. So after 2 rounds on a round each on the back, Janine opts for the spiderweb position. She had success getting a spiderweb finish in her first overtime match, in her first match of the day against Nabila Martinez. So we'll see if she's able to replicate that against Trinity.
Already up to her knees. Looking to put pressure here. Trinity knows she needs to escape quickly and picks her up.
Interesting.
And there's our
gets
tab right with the armbar. And so that was 17 seconds.
So Trinity has 17 seconds to finish Janine, or Janine will move on to our final.
And it looks like Trinity going to follow suit here, trying to go for a Hail Mary armbar here to win the match.
You almost have to in this throw. Janine's just going to lock those arms, explode up, and try to hold. Right away, Trinity goes through and gets the arm almost free.
Trinity uses the bicep slicer to try to get an arm free. And then gets the tap. Wow.
And Trinity Pun gets the tap. I think by just a few seconds.
Wow, wow, wow. And it does look like Trinity is going to take that by a very thin margin.
They would have stopped the match if it was not time.
Wow.
Trinity Pun gets it done when she only had 17 seconds left in overtime. Great performance by Janine.
Really good job.
She looked amazing. Really, really good performance by her.
Can't get much closer than that.
16-year-old Trinity Pun will be in our final.
Wow. So definitely Trinity's toughest match of the day by far. But she will have some time here to recover. And then now we are moving on to our second women's semifinal.
Yep, Shalia Lindsay against Beatrice Gin. Again, this is only Shalia's second match because she had a bye in the first round. This is B's third match. She's looked really dominant with 2 good submissions. So this will be a very, very tough match for both ladies. Shalia is a black belt and again is the 145-pound Midwest Finishers champ. Returning Beatrice is a purple belt.
Beatrice Gin versus Shalia Lindsay.
And we are underway here with our second women's semifinal here.
Beatrice decides to sit. Shalia immediately went inside with that knee cut position. We've seen her use a few times at finishers here.
She's going in deep. Deep with that knee slide. Doesn't have an underhook quite yet, but manages to finish the knee slide and establishes our side control. So our 145-pound champ is in a good spot right now. She's looking to secure the 135-pound belt as well to become our women's double champ.
She's already moving to the mount.
Moving straight here to the mount. And Shalia collecting an arm here, looking to maybe set up an arm triangle here, trying to get the arm to the other side. And Shalia,
Beatrice is able to free her arm. She's still mounted, but she was able to avoid that first attack.
Bridging
now Shalia
heavily.
looking for the Kimura.
Using the Kimura here, Shalia may transition to a triangle here if she can. Oh, looking for a Darce.
Nice jump off.
Wow.
Now maybe transitioning to arm and guillotine.
Now she is.
Now we're looking for that high elbow that she used, and she
there
gets
it is.
this tap.
High elbow guillotine, straight from the mount position.
Beautiful fight for Shalia Lindsay.
Whoa.
And Shalia Lindsay with the guillotine. So 2 fights, 2 guillotines. Very impressive performance. She is in the finals to take on Trinity Pun.
Looks like Shalia might be banged up a little bit.
It looks like it might have been a toe. She might have got her toe caught or popped. Now we are into our men's semifinals. We have in our first men's semifinal, Nilo Berginger against Ben Schultz. And Nilo has looked incredibly impressive with 2 arm bars, and Ben is coming off a overtime submission and a straight foot lock.
Our next match
right, and we are off with our first men's semifinal match. And it looks like Nilo
pulls.
straight away here.
We are
Coming
seeing
straight onto a single and
Ben
bang,
right into
going
a guillotine.
straight into a guillotine attempt. And
Nilo looking for the body lock pass. We're seeing a really contrasting styles of hair here. Mullet against bald. We will see who will reign supreme. Nilo with a really good body lock position. This is a very tough pass to deal with. It's something you're seeing more and more of it. Ben goes to that arm crush to try to avoid it.
really physical.
Nilo seems to really do well in these kind of scrambling positions. He really seems to thrive in those battles. So it'll be interesting to see if Ben tries to slow him down or just is willing to play scrambles with him. Nice arm drag right into a guillotine.
Right into
Nilo
it.
rolls.
Oh,
And we're looking for an anaconda. It looks
right into
like.
a head and arm position here.
But Nilo is able to clear the first hand. Now we're looking for a little chin strap from Ben. Nilo's hand fighting to try to clear that chin strap.
And Ben's left arm underhooking that leg really negates a lot of Nilo's ability to counter and explode.
Yeah, does a good job controlling them and allowing that right arm to look to control that chin, kind of slow Nilo down in those scrambles.
And Ben kind of looking for both right here, whichever opens up first. Maybe looking for a leg lock.
Yeah, I won't be surprised to see if he isolates the leg and sits back. We've seen that in both his fights so far today, and he got the tap in his quarterfinal with that exact sit back for a footlock. Nilo has to be aware of that, so he's not going to let his arms hang. Nice arm drag.
Nice arm drag. Almost got counter dragged.
And a nice wing chun to clear by Nilo. It's a signature of his coach, Dante Leone.
And Nilo looking
Ben trying to look for a false read.
Oh,
And Nilo looking for
possibly
a
falling into a triangle.
Yeah.
And it
Ben's
looks
able
like
to get back to the closed guard. Some really nice entries and attacks by both competitors.
Nilo has a nasty armbar from the closed guard, as we saw in his last match. So Ben being aware of that, seeing the match, understanding that that is a threat here. Ben opting for the body lock here, really controlling Nilo's hips. Ben also an active MMA fighter as well, so obviously no stranger to physical scraps, as Nilo likes to do as well.
Yeah, Ben looks like a very strong guy, and he's not the kind of guy I'd want to get in a battle of physical attributes with myself. Nilo trying to dig under the legs and look for that armbar. And I was looking for the arm shoulder crush. He's got a good angle. He might use this for the simple Sumigation sweep.
Ben rips his arm out. Does still stay in the closed guard though, so this does favor Nilo in this submission grappling.
Ben
Going
sits back to that foot.
straight for a footlock here. Nilo backsteps wisely, defends immediately,
And then uses that to pass.
Passes straight out the gate. Very explosive from Nilo.
And Nilo looks for the guillotine.
Going for a high elbow guillotine here.
Seemed to have a nice bite on it. Ben is not free yet. Nilo's in a good position. Now we're talking arm in, and he's going to look to use this to pass.
Yeah, Ben does have the underhook here, so that does negate a lot of the ability to torque on that guillotine. And Ben looking to attack the right leg here, waiting for a moment to off-balance Nilo and take that leg. Switching sides here on the guard. Pretty seamless transition. Trying to off-balance him and maybe get into a leg here. Maybe looking to forward shrimp into a deep half. Does look to get straight into a leg here. Nilo's savvy to this. Defending, staying heavy on his knees. And getting into an inside Senkaku, but Nilo appears to be out of danger. A lot of entanglements here, Looking for a backside 50-50 here. Looks like the knee line isn't secured. And it looks like we have kind of a wash. And now we're back to a neutral position. And we're going to go get a reset here in the middle of the mat. And we have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left.
This has been a fun match. Very interesting kind of ebbs and flows again, like we've had in a few of these matches.
Little over 5 minutes. And Nilo looking to looking to knee slide here.
Put some good heavy pressure on Ben. He looks to be looking for the head and arm, looking for a nice
Looking
Darce
for a
entry.
Darce. Might do a back step off of this. Kind of hard to tell. Looks like he's pretty committed to the pass and the head and arm here.
He has a good bite on that Darce.
Yeah.
Ben has to be a little concerned by this. Neil has long arms.
Yeah.
He's pulling Ben in tighter and tighter.
Yeah, and and Ben is. Was that him?
He uses it to pass. He does not get the Darce. He has a modified top crucifix. Nilo now in the north-south, trying to climb his knees up to isolate the arm.
A lot of energy expended by both competitors here. Nilo, I think, is the younger competitor here, so war of attrition probably goes to him.
Nice use of the shin on the bicep to try to pin and isolate Ben's arms. He might use that to set up an arm across.
Looks like he's okay, so he's trying to maybe set up a far side arm triangle. Leg pummeling here to pin his arm.
Yeah, topside crucifix. It's a tough position to escape.
Thankfully, this isn't an MMA fight, so Ben does not have to worry about anything like that from this position, just submissions. So
Nilo may step over the head with the left leg. Start setting up his armbar. We know he likes him. We've seen him finish both his fights with arm bars.
He's going to look, but Ben's able to utilize the deep half guard position here.
But the underhook from Nilo is making the deep half guard a dangerous spot. The winner of that underhook battle is usually going to win the deep half battle, and Nilo is the one winning it right now.
Nilo with a nice underhook here.
Yep. And
Really
uses it
looking to pass. Nice tight pass from here.
Putting some knee on belly pressure. Stepping over for the arm.
Stepping over right away for the armbar.
And he gets it.
Oh, and it looks
Finds
like
the arm, but Ben's able to turn
Ben
out.
escapes. Oh, and Ben coming straight back on top. Wow.
Beautiful escape by Ben Schultz off a really aggressive attack by Nilo. And Nilo immediately
going
in the
straight
legs.
into a leg, looking maybe to set up his X guard here, and going in straight for a knee bar. And Ben.
And I really like that from Nilo. So you go for an attack like that, your opponent defends, and you don't let him feel good. You don't let him rest. Put more attacks back on. Another Wing Chun by Nilo to clear to get in into a nice passing position. He's looking really aggressive. It looks as the fight's going on, he's getting more aggressive. He's starting to wear Ben out a little bit.
Using that Kimura here. And look for Nilo to really explode with this arm. Ben, obviously, a very physical competitor, definitely ready for this.
Nilo doing a really good job. He's got the legs free. Now we're going to see how he wants to finish the Kimura. Does he want to turn it into the armbar? Does he want to use it to roll to take the back?
It'd be interesting to see what Nilo does decide to do with this very versatile control.
Very nice. Now
Oh, and he might be looking to roll to the back here.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a rolling back take to the truck. Looks like he's already trying to set up. And Ben,
Interesting.
wise to that, recovers, gets his butterfly hook.
Nilo keeping the pressure on, just attacking.
Really pushing the pace here on Ben and gets to the mount position here. We've got 1:30 left.
90 seconds left. Nilo really trying to get this finished before we get to OT. Ben doing a great job just escaping and showing a super amount of technique and grit, not tapping, not giving up position. This is where the younger person, Nilo, really I think has a little bit of an advantage in this third round with the pace he's pushing. Ben's turning in, and Nilo looking for the guillotine, it looks like. Showing a good use of the head and arm. He's got the chin strap, but Ben is able to clear the hands.
Even though we have short time here, it does look
Darce
like
is
that
set. Looks like a Darce is set.
he's going really hard for this Darce.
Ben's trying to get his hip through.
Nilo's really using a ton of energy here and gets to the mount position with the Darce.
This looks tight, but Ben is doing a good job.
Ben does a great job here surviving.
This may be the tightest it's been. This is a tight position, but Ben's able to wrestle up. Can he get
Oh,
through?
and Nilo comes straight back on
It
top.
looks like the choke has been loosened.
Oh.
Ben is going to survive that exchange.
Wow.
Beautiful exchange. Let's see if Ben has the time to attack that leg because he's starting to isolate.
We got 30 seconds.
Short time. Nilo just keeping the pace on him until time runs out. And Ben now starting to get, it looks like his second one as he's putting a pace on Ben, or pace on Nilo. We're going to get ready for overtime.
You can't ask for more of a match out of these competitors. Great semifinal match so far. And we are approaching the end of regulation here, so it does look like this will be heading to EBI overtime.
Right as Nilo gets them out. Both guys look tired. Coach Dante Leon is wanting the pace to get quick because I think he feels Nilo's in better shape here. Ben's going to attack first, and he's going for the spiderweb. We saw him win his first match by armbar from the spiderweb. Let's see if he has the same success in his semifinal.
Nilo looking to explode here from the bottom position. We'll see how much energy both guys have left in the tank here.
Ben showed really good ability to control the armbar and finish.
Oh, manages to get on top here. Nilo, and gets
Trying
a
to pull, but
high
Ben kept
armbar.
the arm lock. So Nilo now has to get a quick submission. This could be another armbar shootout. It looks like we just had in our women's match. Nilo is going to be it. How much time does he have? 14 seconds.
14 seconds. And we have 14 seconds to submit him. And Nilo going straight for the top side.
He gets the rest. He's trying to force it. Ben is just holding. Ben just rolling to take the pressure off. Time! And Ben Schultz is able to get the win.
Physical.
Incredible performance.
Wow. Unbelievable. And Ben
is our first finalist. He will be fighting the
Excellent
winner of Nicholas Creighton and Max Hansen.
Good showing of respect here. Great match from Nilo.
Very great performance by Nilo Berger.
Two guys to definitely keep your eye on in the future,
Yeah.
for sure. Explosive match, fireworks.
Now we got Max and Nicholas. Both have had relatively quick matches in their two first ones. Nicholas really shown a great leg lock game, and Max has shown a kind of versatile all-over jiu-jitsu game. Max definitely probably is the favorite here with his pedigree being a little bit more well-established, but Nick has shown that he is no joke, and he's a real contender here in this semifinal.
Both of these guys very explosive straight out the gate, so expect no time to be wasted.
So we've seen Nick immediately pull and look for his leg locks. Let's see if he keeps that strategy, and he does immediately sit.
Right to the guard. Max wasting no time, looking to collect the legs, trying to get a pass going right out the gate.
Again, using a good body lock position to try to get through, but Nick able to get a little false sweep action. He's not. He still has to get.
Still has
Max
to get underneath him.
elevated.
Oh, he
But
does
gets
manage to get
We
the
may have a
elevation
knee bar.
here.
We may have a knee bar into the heel.
He gets straight into a heel here.
Max trying to turn to pull it.
Turns into a 50-50 position here. Max aggressively trying to fight to get out of it.
Max now on the hands to try to peel to try to create space.
Looks like he might be safe for the time being. Oh, and a very, very tight heel hook, and manages to fight the hands. Ooh, manages to get another bite on the heel here.
Nick
really going hard for this heel hook
Max
straight
really
out the
pulling
gate.
his leg through to try to barely escape.
And it looks like his leg may be tight here. And, oh boy.
Max continuing to free his leg by just peeling his arms, and now
Holy
he's able
cow.
to lock the 50-50. He's trying to counter.
Super tight, and
Nick
once
gets it
again, attacking relentlessly here.
Nick is just doing a really nice job of separating Max's feet from this 50-50 position. Every time Max thinks he's safe, he's right back in the heel hook. He
Max
needs to,
trying desperately to fight the hands here, trying to get out.
Nick is using a ton of energy digging for this heel.
He's
Kinda
going
all-
hard, and he does get the knee line free, and he's
Max
out.
clears the position.
So the Hail Mary is over, and Max looking immediately not to waste any time.
And he
Starts
gets a
passing
pass
straight
right off.
away. And
Max now isolating the arm, getting to a nice Kimura position where he's going to try to take the back.
Hands down, step over the leg, more trap. Good. Hey, let's go. Let's work for hooks. Let's work for hooks. Knees inside. Beautiful.
Dante Leone calling for
That leg in.
the hooks for Max to get inside here to help him secure this back position. And he does climb high up on the back here, looking for the triangle, maybe going for an arm bar. Does give up the
Nick's
position.
able to escape and get on top. It'll be interesting to see if he opts to pass or tries to sit back and get into another leg entanglement.
Crowd getting fired up here, rightfully so, as both of these competitors extremely physical. And both
Interesting.
guys start standing here.
We have not seen Nick stay standing for more than about a second any of his matches yet, so we'll
Yeah.
see if he has some other tools in his arsenal. Maybe we're looking for a scissor takedown. Maybe we're looking for an Imanari
And you can't help but think he wants to get in on Max's legs again with the success he had
in all his matches.
in all of his matches, correct? And
You
Max,
also wonder how much energy he exerted trying to finish that leg
oh,
lock.
definitely. But you know, you gotta think Max exerted quite a bit fighting the hands there, trying to really get.
Definitely.
Ooh, right to that single, takes him down straight away. Beautiful takedown.
Hey, pass from the outside. We're dealing with this leg. We're not letting it close on our legs here. We can move side to side to pass. Side to side to pass. Leg drag. Beautiful. Let's go.
And Dante calling for a leg drag, calling for outside passing on the perimeter, but it looks like Max is just opting to go straight forward here. Looking for some sort of a modified folder pass, trying to smash. And he's looking to turn the corner here. Looks for the truck and manages to give up position here, trying to go for the truck.
Nick was doing a beautiful job of getting on top.
Really good awareness there of his back exposure.
Looks like he's trying to pull the legs back into an entanglement. Maybe looking for a false reap here.
Yep.
Okay, we know what's up a little bit. Let's go.
And going diving for what looks to be a back take, countered really well.
Max now on top again, trying to avoid that false reap. Max now on his
Max
own
going
footlock.
straight
And
for
Nick
a leg
now
lock.
diving for his own. Nick gets a leg isolation. Max trying to hand fight.
We're getting right
About to
here
go
on
to
the
their
edge of the mat
commentators
here. And
Looks like we're going to have a restart on the feet since there was no established position. If you guys and the viewers are hearing any sirens, it sounds like we have a tornado siren going off at the arena. I don't know if it's from the match or from outside.
Tell the people I got $20 for a twister.
Yeah, if you get a twister during the tornado siren, you get a $20 bonus. Yeah. Nick with a nice Kimura grip.
nice
Now
Kimura
he's
grip.
using it to
Ooh.
isolate with a nice switch. Nick's showing some absolutely beautiful jiu-jitsu. And Max doing a good job escaping. Nick stays on top.
Max,
And
ooh,
Max
right to
goes
a
up
triangle.
into the armbar.
Oh.
And now he's the leg lock off the armbar escape.
Oh my goodness. Two explosive semifinals
Yeah.
here for the men. For this
Man.
is, and we are just past halfway here with 4 minutes left to go.
This is going to kind of be a battle of who wants it more. Both guys have given each other really good looks. Both have defended some really good offensive attacks.
And it looks like the guys are getting really playful here. Both guys very, very confident with each other's games here.
Max now into a deep body lock. This is a good spot for Max to really put some pressure on Nick, wear him out.
Oh, he's got a very, very heavy
Max.
clear of the butterfly hook.
Watch him elevate with that hook. I want you to keep his knee across the center line. Windshield wiper your leg inside. I want your right leg inside of his leg. Good. Knee slide.
Manages to elevate him here.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, Max.
Head and arm
Another
control,
leg
head and arm
entry.
control, head and arm
He's really looking to enter the legs here, and he
Gets an
does.
isolation,
He's
he gets
able
a
to
bite.
enter the legs. It does give a little bit of a back exposure here.
And Max is able to grab the hip. Nick again
Ooh.
rotates through to the other leg and gets a heel
We
exposure.
get double outside Ashi here. And Max looking like he's hunting a leg lock of his own here. Hard to see what's going on.
Yeah, their backs are to us currently, so we cannot see their hand fight.
Max does escape his knee line here. He was stuck in the 50-50.
3 minutes left in this match. Both guys have really put it a pace on each other. Both guys are looking a little worn out already. 7 minutes of hard fighting.
He can't defend you on this side, Max. Let's go.
Max trying to clear his lines, but Nick's able just to keep the butterfly hooks engaged, and then again looking to control the legs right away.
Reach the right arm underneath.
Corner calling for head and arm control here for Max.
Max may be able to turn this into a back take position.
Max is. Oh, he falls into an inside Senkaku, but does
But he
find
uses
the
the
back here. Finally finds the back here. He's got 2 minutes to work here. Okay, so looks like he's got a body triangle here, but it does look like he's in the mount position, and I think this is where Nick would much rather be than in the back,
I agree.
especially in a no-gi.
This will be really interesting to see Nick's strategy. Does he try to hang on here, or does he try to get out and escape? Max obviously wants the attack. He doesn't want to go into overtime when he has a dominant position with about 90 seconds left. It's hard to attack from the mount in a no-gi situation if your opponent is not really trying to escape. Max coach Dante calling for a head and arm choke. Nicholas trying to keep his arms into his body to prevent that exact attack.
Let's go. We can't stop. We can't stop. Walk both arms up.
Both competitors having a ton of energy output this match.
Roll. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Max now looking for an arm lock.
Oh, looking for a straight arm bar here.
2 hands to it. As we roll towards his legs, let's push his elbow, get your head out of
We've seen quite a bit of arm bars here today, so it's been the theme of the day.
Max clears the leg over his head. He should have more fire pressure.
We got 1 minute to work
left.
here. He's
We may see a finish in regulation.
aggressively trying to find. Ooh,
The arm is coming free.
and he does look like
Nick gets the legs back through.
It looks like he's really, really trying to fight.
The arm is starting
Oh,
to get
the arm
extended.
looks like it might be extended here. Oh, there it is. He gets the tap. Gets the tap in regulation.
With under a minute left. And Max will now move on to the finals to fight Ben Schultz for the $2,500 cash prize.
Very physical
What a
match.
battle.
Wow.
And what a performance from Nick Creighton. Not one of the bigger names coming into the bracket, but he definitely put his name on the map with some awesome performances. Incredibly, incredibly impressive for the purple belt from Minnesota. What a battle.
Yeah.
That one felt a lot longer than 9 minutes.
Yeah, that was. I think I broke a sweat just watching that match.
Yeah.
So that was.
So we're going to have one more super fight before we have our division finals. We're going to have a black belt super fight between Manny Vasquez and Ramiro Vasquez. This is not a brother versus brother battle to the death. They are spelled differently. Ramiro Vasquez is a black belt from Freeform Jiu Jitsu, and Manny is a 10th Planet Lombard and now 10th Planet Greenville black belt. He runs 10th Planet Greenville. He used to be a 10th Planet Lombard instructor before he moved down there to teach his own school. Manny's a very accomplished MMA fighter and competitive black belt, being some really top-level components in the recent months. Ramiro, obviously a tough black belt from a great school. This should be a very fun and interesting matchup.
Should be a very interesting finals.
Yeah, the two finals matches are going to be really fun. But first, we have our super fight. Ramiro Vasquez, originally from Yuma, Arizona, but now out of Milwaukee. He's a college wrestler and black belt. Manny, originally from 10th Planet Lombard, again now at 10th Planet Greenville, is a black belt under Omar Casio, who's running the show. Great MMA fighter and a very accomplished black belt. This should be a really explosive fight. Both these guys can wrestle, as you can see, so neither guy is afraid to shoot takedowns, neither is afraid to be on their back either. As I said, Manny jumps guard.
Pull right out the gate, looking to immediately establish a rubber guard.
Very nice. Manny pulling that mission control position in.
Establishes his mission control here.
I'm going to say no matter what, the winner of this match will be named Vasquez.
Who is the greater Vasquez? Really tight mission control here. Possibly looking for a double bag. Looking to double bag here.
Manny has a lot of control from this position.
Looking
Ramiro,
at maybe, oh.
Ramiro pulls the arm out, but now he's caught in that omoplata triangle. Manny uses it to take the top.
On the top position here, the very, very tight triangle here.
This is a dangerous spot for Ramiro. Manny has a good angle to set up this mounted arm lock from the triangle position or roll back through and finish the triangle. And he rolls back through for the triangle. And and he's able to clear the head.
Clear it, uses
it to force the omoplata and uses the omoplata to roll out. Beautiful escape.
Beautiful escape.
You can see on Ramiro's face, he had some veins popping out. That was a tight triangle, to say the least. He may be still feeling the effects of that a little bit. Manny now in a great top passing position with a body lock.
And then in a no-gi match in particular, the escaping a triangle, you're happy to give somebody an omoplata because it's very hard to finish the omoplata without a gi on. So usually used as a transition position. So well done by Ramiro to escape that position.
Interesting to see what he's going to bring to the table from his guard against Manny.
Yeah, Manny not looking to give him any space here with a tight body lock. We see more and more this body lock position being used in the no-gi grappling game. Very, very effective. Hard to do anything when you're on bottom when a guy's really, really tight on your hips.
It's a great way to kind of drain the energy from your
opponent.
opponent.
Going for a buggy choke
from
half guard.
This is a new one for me.
Interesting control here. Manny doesn't look very phased. Just keeps his head high, keeping good posture here.
It does make it interesting for the passer because if you want to pass, you're going into the choke.
Correct.
And if you don't, you're going backwards into the guard where they may have an ability to re-guard or start looking for things like Kimuras.
There's a very interesting control position here, and it creates a dilemma for the guy on top, like you were saying. What is the best thing to do from this position? It looks like Manny just kind of opted to keep a really good structural, solid position. Ramiro couldn't find the avenue to progress that choke. And Manny really keeping the pressure tight here, not allowing Ramiro to escape his bottom knee, which is what he will need to do to start to get to a better position. It kind of looks as though, very interesting. Very crafty back take.
Manny almost on the back. Ramiro doing a good job trying to clear the hooks, but he's in a tough position as Manny's going to slowly peel and bring the hooks in. Manny's got one hook. He's trying to get the secondary hook in and keep the shoulder control so he can start working for that nice tight back control. Ramiro trying to keep his shoulders free as he peels the legs across.
So it'll be interesting to see if Manny tries to maintain the back here, if he regresses to the truck. Looks like he's opting to go for the back control here. Gets a second hook in.
He has the arm under the chin already, but he's able to slip out.
Nice tight body triangle. Tight body triangle here.
We're trying to hand fight and create a good angle.
Oh, and it looks like he's straight in. He's got
Looks
that
like this
figure
could
four
be it.
crushing his face
Got
here.
the face crush.
He gets the
And then he gets the face crush. Manny Vasquez with the rear naked choke / face crush from the back.
Very well done.
And the winner of our black belt super fight.
That back take from the top half guard there, very, very slick. And
Beautiful job by Manny.
Romero was never able to recover from that. Manny took full advantage. Really well done to him.
So we have 2 fights left, our women's and our men's finals. Shalia Lindsay against Trinity Pun. And we have Ben Schultz against Max Hansen.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of a break before at least the men's final, just
Yeah,
after
Max's
those
fight.
grueling matches.
Yeah, those 2 matches, they did not get a lot of break.
And that was our last super fight of the day. And so all that is left now is our finals for the women and our finals for the men. And it looks like we may be getting right underway here. We've got our little mat cleaners here, cleaning up the mat, getting it ready for the finals here. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing Omar coming through with the $2,500 and the gold chain.
Bling.
The bling. Here he comes.
Both our female competitors have looked great all day. Shalia has obviously had an easier route to the finals as she's only had 2 fights and she's pretty much dominated both the fights she had. Trinity had 2 quick fights and then a very tough semifinal.
We've got our championship between Trinity Pun and Shalia Lindsay.
Shalia does have her foot taped up. As we noticed at the end of her last fight, she was kind of favoring her right foot and is pretty taped up. I don't know if it's toe, if it's the foot itself. That could come into play as Trinity does like to attack the feet. It will be interesting to see if she goes after that taped up foot.
Probably see Trinity pull straight away.
She does. Shalia's passing has looked incredibly strong. Trinity's guard has looked incredibly strong, so this will be kind of irresistible force against unmovable object type of game coming on.
Trinity going right into the leg entanglements. Double butterfly hooks.
She's able to off-balance Shalia.
Off balances her, but doesn't look like she has any real intention of coming on top after that. Probably just looking to off balance to get into a leg entanglement.
That is what I think. I'll try to shoot up those legs if Shalia tries to get too focused on the legs.
And Shalia looking to see how she can pass the guard here. Trinity, very, very tricky guard here. But Shalia, very experienced competitor, also the 145-pound champ, so she is looking right now to become the champ here and get the 135 belt as well. So we are about a minute into our first finals match here. Inverting straight into the backside 50-50.
Shalia trying to clear that knee line as she pulls free. She's able to clear without too much hesitation or work.
Goes
Trinity's
straight
and she
in
gets a
on the
much better
leg.
bite on the leg this time. Much better bite on the leg. Shalia immediately starts to build that
Going
base.
right for a knee bar. And Shalia looking to desperately try to escape her knee line. And it looks like her knee line is out. And now we've got the back exposure here, but Trinity smartly goes back to her half guard, defends her back from being taken off of a failed leg lock. Really well done there. Good attack.
That is really the only danger we've seen Shalia in all day. She's been in control pretty much all her fights, but that was a very nice entry by Trinity. It's funny to see almost how night and day Trinity's game is based if she's on top or bottom. She's been so aggressive from her guard the entire tournament. In the last fight where she was playing more from the top, she was a much more passive player waiting for her moment. But she looks incredibly comfortable in her guard, even with a seasoned competitor like Shalia in her guard.
Yeah, she looks much more confident attacking the legs of Shalia last in
against Janine.
Yeah, against Janine, because
Nice bite again. She has some heel exposure. It looks like the knee line is controlled. Shalia looks to be doing a little bit of her own counter leg lock, trying to threaten Trinity on her leg. And this can be a dangerous battle for either lady. We're both attacking, and neither is really focusing as much on defense. That's where some bad things can happen. I think Shalia makes Trinity pull out. Good use of her own attack to clear that position.
We've got 7 minutes left here of regulation, so a lot of time here for Shalia and Trinity to work.
Trinity really looking for that nice K-guard type leg lock entry. Shalia now starting to get a little bit more wise to it and really checking her shins, checking her knees. I'm guessing she's wanting to get inside and get to that knee cut position we've seen in all her fights so far.
It looks like Trinity is really opening up here, very confident in her game here.
Well, now, getting to the finals and knowing this is your last one of the day and the money's on the line, as a 16-year-old, you got nothing to lose fighting a really, really tough black belt. Leave everything you have on the table.
Yep.
Shalia looking for a bite on her leg on her own. Now a heavy stack by Shalia. This may be she's able to shoot the triangle. Trinity is in a great spot, but Shalia pulls out. We may see a Barada plata here.
She's looking for the Barada here. She got the wrong arm through. She's looking maybe for a Tariq.
Shalia's able to open and now press
in. Very, very
Beautiful.
flexible guard here.
And really nice job of Shalia not panicking and using that to get a pass. Shalia establishes her pass and gets to north-south. Let's see what she can do from here. I think Shalia is going to take a little time here and try to stabilize the position.
Cover the head. Back out. Watch out. Up.
Shalia looking for an avenue to pass this very, very tricky and flexible guard of Trinity.
That's one of the hard things about the sub-only game. She did all that work to pass, and then you don't get points. Now you're right back into Trinity's guard.
That's right.
Right back into the fire. But she
100%.
now knows that confidence that she can do it, and Trinity knows that she can get her guard passed. So we'll see if that changes the dynamic at all. We're halfway through this final.
Stay standing here, Shalia. You're good. Take your time. Get your breath.
Hook on the near side leg and pull it to your chest.
Shalia now getting really heavy with her left knee.
We are just past our halfway mark here, about 4:30 left to go here. Still a lot of time for things to happen.
Good, Shalia. Watch that. Watch your neck.
And it looks like Shalia's more keen on getting past the guard here than trying to counter leg lock.
Which I think is a wise choice. Not that she's not a great leg locker, but I think she's in more danger if she stays in Trinity's guard from the triangles and the leg locks. I think while passing is hard, she can get to a safe spot and get to her attacks. Trinity again looking for that K-guard.
She's looking to invert here. And looking for maybe a calf slicer here. Matrix.
To take the backs. Shalia pulls Trinity's leg in.
And Shalia looking for inside Senkaku herself, but isn't able to get the knee line, using it to come back on top. Trinity happy to give her that top position.
Deep hook with that right hand. Go elbow deep on that ankle.
Starting to hear the breathing really pick up from both ladies. is trying to get that knee cut that she likes and jumps through. She's close to finishing the pass.
Looks like
Trinity's
she's
trying
able
invert,
to
and
secure
she's
the
able to
pass.
get the pass.
Able to use her head there just for stop Trinity's knees from coming in between them. Really good pressure here from Shalia.
2.5 left.
Dropping her hips heavy.
Shalia's coaches are telling her not to let the guard come back.
I want head position awareness. You're going to throw up that buggy. You can put your head on the bottom side. Head position awareness. Bottom knee beat. No inversion. Well done.
Shalia now looking to mount.
Shalia, you got 2 minutes. She's tired. Make her work.
Shalia now getting to a mount.
No inversion.
Shalia's calling for Shalia to pick up the pace here. With 2 minutes left.
As we've said all day, the mount in no-gi can be an interesting position, and that Trinity does not really have to do tons to get out with no points. She did try to invert. She does look to be actively trying to escape and load her leg locks up. She is not settling. She's not trying to stay there. And now she's trying to throw up a buggy.
If your head goes the wrong position, she's going to throw up that buggy.
Shalia keeping that left arm pinned here.
Don't exhaust yourself here.
Shalia doing a really good job keeping control of that near side hip, not allowing Trinity's knees to get back in between them so she can't recover her guard. Shalia keeping that left hand where it is really not allowing Trinity to get her guard back.
She's pendulum for hip, keep the bottom knee.
Looking for maybe some sort of a TP choke or something.
First TP choke from bottom. They have 1 minute left before we go into our overtime. Trinity looking just for something to open up to shoot a submission in. Shalia looking to maybe find a Kimura or an arm lock. There may not be a lot of time for Shalia to really create enough bite on that arm. I think at this point they're both thinking about overtime right now, relaxing, not wasting too much energy until we get there.
Breathe. Breathe, Shalia. Don't wear out your grips. Save your grips. Put your weight on it.
Both coaches seem to be telling them to just catch their breath, relax a little bit before we go into overtime.
We've got a couple seconds left here. Looks like we're going to be heading into our overtime here for our women's 135-pound final.
All the tournament and all $2,500 is going to be decided by our EBI overtime rounds. We've seen some different strategies today in our overtime, so it'll be very interesting to see if we're seeing more spider webs like we've been seeing all day or more back control. So Shalia is going to start on the back, Trinity defending in our first round of our first overtime.
We're about to be underway here. And here we go. And Trinity was looking to load it up, try to maybe
Shalia is able to get her
explode.
belly down, which is never going to be a fun spot.
And
But Trinity with a beautiful
Trinity,
spin.
and she's out.
And she's out.
Very explosive, very explosive.
Very, very quick.
And Trinity is opting for the back herself. Shalia turning hard straight
Trinity's
out the
able
gate.
to get the body triangle. If anything, this will probably give her a little bit extra ride time over Shalia's ride time on Trinity.
Just have the body triangle in place. The body triangle is on the wrong side, though, so this does favor Shalia. Shalia's looking to desperate. Oh, she's able to control that arm, is trying very hard to turn in.
Trinity's long legs able to keep that body triangle and now get to a belly down position.
Very
She's
good
able
back
to-
retention.
And she's now towards the shin.
Oh, he's
But
going for
Shalia's
a
able
choke.
to free.
And if Trinity does manage to work a submission here, she does get the victory.
Any submission this round is ends it since this is our second the bottom of the overtime period.
We hear both girls breathing very, very heavily.
That body triangle is a lot of pressure. It's putting a lot of pressure on Shalia, those long legs. She's trying to pull Trinity and shake her off.
Trying to pull her, shake her off, but that body triangle makes it
And
tough.
Trinity just somehow gets her hips back in. Beautiful job.
And it looks like she's getting higher up. Looks like Shalia is getting close to escaping here.
Trinity's able to keep that
And
triangle.
she's out.
Beautiful job. So now in our second overtime, Trinity definitely has a writing time advantage. So she's going to have that in her back pocket as we get into the second and a possible third round. Both ladies look a little tired after this tough fight and then these rounds. Trinity doing a nice roll through right away to try to prevent that body triangle.
Yes.
And she's getting a nice angle, but Shalia is able to keep control, and she gets the rear naked in.
Oh, it's underneath the chin, and she gets the tap.
Shalia Lindsay with a submission.
Not over just yet.
Trinity Pun will get an option, but she's not going to have much time.
15 seconds.
Trinity has 15 seconds to get the submission.
Shalia, look at me. 15 seconds and you win.
So we got 15 seconds for $2,500 and the chain.
And Trinity is going to just look for a Hail Mary armbar here.
Trinity had the same exact situation in her semifinal. Was able to finish with the armbar.
She's
so
pulling
it's possible.
as hard as she can for that arm.
8 more seconds, Shalia.
Shalia is able to get up here.
Keep her stacked. 4 more seconds, Shalia. Keep her stacked.
Time. Shalia Lindsay gets the win, gets the escape after a submission in our second
And
overtime
Shalia
round.
becomes the first Midwest Finishers champ.
She wins the 35-pound title to go along with the 45-pound title. Incredible performance by Shalia, and an absolutely great performance by Trinity. 16 years old. You will be hearing from her a lot in the coming years. And that women's division as a whole was fantastic. All great competitors, but Shalia Lindsay comes out on top for the second time in 2
Very well done. She gets a free hat. She got the Midwest Finishers bling. Hey. Congrats.
Thanks so much. I listened to your commentary. It's amazing.
You did a
you
great
very
job.
much.
Congratulations.
Yeah, beautiful.
All right, and here we are.
This is our men's final for 170. Ben Schultz of Primal Milwaukee against Max Hansen, Adamas Jiu-Jitsu, Patago Submission Fighting. Both have looked incredibly tough. Both had incredibly tough semifinals.
And as far as energy goes, you kind of have to give Ben Schultz a little bit of an advantage here since he did have the first semifinal match.
But he did have longer earlier round matches.
He did. That is true as well.
He had to go to overtime in his first match. So this is a toss-up.
It's going to be definitely a war of attrition here for sure. Both guys very explosive competitors.
Max immediately sits.
Max looking for a leg entanglement of his own here.
Jumps on the neck. Max going to opt to stay down his back, looking for his wrestle ups and his leg. And again, Ben immediately jumps for the neck and uses that. Max uses that as an entry to come up. Max clears his head. Max gets the body lock.
Max getting this body lock here.
And he has his knee cut set, so he can go right into the mount or right to the knee cut with this body. This is a great position to wear out a tired opponent in the finals, and where Max can, be smart with his energy, and he's able to do it.
Straight to the mount position here early. Ben Schultz has shown some incredible defense, though, so don't expect this to be easy for Max.
Not at all, Ben. Ben has shown a escape artist resume with escaping arm bars and leg locks and bag positions. Max looks to be a man on a mission this final, though. Lots of pressure. The arm is isolated. It's setting up that arm triangle.
He's going straight in tight for this arm triangle here.
Maybe using this to take the back, because Ben is strong and tough as Ben is. This is going to be a tough finishing position. He may use it to opt to take the back.
You can also ride up with that right knee to get his hand off our elbow. Exactly. Drive your right knee up. Drive your right knee up. Really twist your arm.
Ben is doing what we call answering the phone to try to keep that pressure off. I'm interested to see how Max decides if he wants to try to finish the choke, attack the arm, take the back. He has a lot of options. And being this early in the fight, he doesn't want to burn those arms
It
out.
looks like he's really trying to.
Yeah, he's trying to clear that wrist. He may have a good angle on this choke. He now opts to jump off.
To the side here.
I think we may see a tap. Ben is a tough guy, and he's going to be giving everything he has, but this is a really nice position for Max. He goes right back to the mount, but Ben is able to straight. He goes
Going right away for this armbar here. Max is staying real tight.
and he
with
bellies
it.
down, and he gets it! And Max Hansen gets the submission, and he is the Midwest Submission Finishers champ. $2,500 in the chain to Max Hansen of Adamas Jiu Jitsu. Absolutely beautiful performance in the finals, especially after that war in the semifinals. He came back and looked like he was no worse for the wear. Having a beautiful finish.
Okay.
Absolutely great performance from Max. He was one of the favorites coming in.
How much for the guys?
$155.
And that concludes our tournament for today. Thank you guys for streaming in, watching from around the country. I'm Blake Classman here with Jeff Serafin. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. Thank you.